Welcome to a long journey, where darkness is not just the shadow beneath the light, but a living world, filled with mysteries and fears waiting to be told. I am your storyteller tonight, and in this video, we will explore 24 horror stories. Stories that will not only make you shiver, but also make you wonder, what is lurking out there in the corners that light cannot reach? These are not short stories to watch and forget. Each story is a deep dive into the mind, into the lonely roads, the abandoned houses, and the memories buried so deeply that those who lived them never want to recall them. Imagine you're sitting by a fire in the heart of a dark forest, the flickering light casting shadows on my face. As each tale pulls you into a world where the line between reality and illusion begins to blur. From that night after the Aerosmith concert, when my parents faced the white eyes in the darkness, to other stories. A town cursed by a bell with no source, a mirror reflecting faces that don't belong to you, or a road leading to a place where time stops. These are 24 pieces of fear, told in vivid detail, spanning hours to fully immerse you. Prepare yourself, turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and let me guide you into the dark. Don't leave, because every story has a secret, and only by listening to the end will you understand why I'm still here telling them. Let's begin. Under the pale moonlight, the Texas brush country stretches out like an eerie painting, where thickets of thorny bushes and mesquite trees grow thickly, interspersed with a few lone oak trees. The night wind howls through the dry branches, creating a sound like the whispering of lost souls. I, born in San Antonio but carrying the blood of this wild land, always feel a strange unease whenever I set foot here. I grew up in San Antonio, but my father's side of the family comes from the areas of Jourdanton, Pleasanton, and Christine, about 30 miles south of San Antonio. This is a place where darkness is not just the absence of light, but a living entity, always lurking. When I was a child, every time we visited relatives in Pleasanton, I would huddle by the truck window, looking out at the small streams covered with Spanish moss hanging from the large tree branches. They looked like eerie arms stretching out from the swamp, ready to grab anyone who wasn't paying attention. It is said that this land was once the path of Santa Anna's army before the Battle of the Alamo. The Chile piquant peppers they carried had spilled along the streams, growing into wild bushes, an eerie legacy of blood and sweat from the past. But tonight, the story I tell is not just an old legend. It starts from a fateful fishing trip, where Uncle Robert and his friend Chester faced something I still can't believe is real. That night, the damp and heavy air enveloped Choke Canyon Lake. The sound of insects buzzing mingled with the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. But somewhere in the darkness, a chilling sensation crept into every fiber of my being. After a long day of working on the construction site, Uncle Robert decided to take a nap in the truck, while Chester sat by the lake with an old radio and a few fishing rods. But that peaceful moment didn't last long. A strange noise ripped through the night. Not the sound of wind or wildlife, but the sound of something large and clumsy moving through the bushes. Chester, a seasoned hunter, froze when he realized it was something he had never faced in his entire life in the brush country. Chester sat there, the folding chair creaking under his weight, as he gently released a small catfish back into the dark water. The radio emitted crackling sounds mixed with intermittent country music. But then everything suddenly went silent. A cold gust of wind swept through, carrying a foul stench as if from a deep swamp. He looked up, and that was when he heard it. The sound of wings flapping, heavy and slow, as if a giant bird was gliding through the air. He stood up and turned around, seeing a bird-like creature, human-shaped, resembling a large crane with a human face and a beak, its eyes glowing red and its wings spread about 12 to 15 feet wide. But this was not an ordinary bird. The creature was at least 8 feet tall, its spindly legs like dry branches supporting its strange body. Its dark feathers were caked in mud, mottled as if it had just crawled out of the ground. The red eyes never blinked, burning like 2 fiery coals staring directly at Chester, piercing through him as if to extract his soul. The flapping of wings was now clearer, accompanied by a low, growling sound, like the laugh of a madman echoing from hell. Chester felt his heart stop for a moment, his legs trembling but unable to move, as if some invisible force had bound him. Suddenly the creature lunged down, its massive wings blocking the moonlight, casting a dark shadow that swallowed Chester. He screamed, flailing his arms wildly into the air, but only grasped at the cold void. His scream echoed across the lake, waking Uncle Robert in the truck. Uncle Robert was roused by Chester, who was screaming and banging on the truck door, yelling for him to open it. But when Uncle Robert opened the door, what they saw was not just a nightmare. It was moving around the truck, its long legs slowly stepping, its claws scraping the earth, leaving deep grooves. Chester scrambled into the truck, his face pale, sweating profusely as if drenched. He stammered out what had happened, but his words were interrupted by a horrifying screech from outside. The creature was now standing right next to the truck window, its grotesque human face pressed against the glass, its red eyes staring intensely at them. A hoarse voice, not of this world, came from its beak. "You do not belong here." Despite how brave Uncle Robert was, he felt his blood freeze. He slammed the gas pedal, the truck wheels spinning in the mud before it sped off, leaving the creature behind in the night. The truck raced down the rough dirt road, the headlights flickering as they illuminated the thorny bushes on either side. Uncle Robert gripped the steering wheel, his breath quickened, while Chester huddled in the seat, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Uncle Robert started the engine, and in the rearview mirror, under the red glow of the brake lights, he saw the bird-like creature standing behind the truck. But now, it was not just standing there. It was moving, slowly but menacingly, its wings flapping lightly, creating gusts of wind that stirred up dust and dry leaves. Chester yelled, "It's still there! Drive faster!" They thought they had escaped, but after driving a few miles, the engine suddenly stalled. The sound of the engine died, leaving them in an eerie, deathly silence. Outside, the sound of wings flapping echoed again, closer and clearer. Uncle Robert tried to restart the truck, but it was useless. A massive shadow swept across the windshield, too fast for them to see clearly. Then a loud bang echoed from the truck roof, as if claws were scratching at the metal. Chester grabbed Uncle Robert's hand, his voice trembling. "What does it want from us?" Suddenly, the door on Chester's side was yanked open. A long, spindly arm, covered in black fur, reached in, the sharp claws just inches from his neck. Uncle Robert screamed, pulling out a hunting knife from his belt and stabbing it into the arm. A blood-curdling scream rang out, shaking the air, and the creature withdrew, leaving a few black feathers scattered inside the truck. The engine suddenly roared to life again, and they sped off, not daring to look back. By dawn, they returned to the lake to retrieve their gear. They found fresh footprints of the creature still visible in the sand around the fishing spot. But the more horrifying discovery was the deep claw marks on a nearby tree, as if it had stood there, watching them all night. Beneath the tree, they found a pile of bones, not fish, but human bones, bleached white with some decaying flesh still attached. Chester vomited violently, while Uncle Robert whispered, "It doesn't just hunt fish." From that day on, they never returned to the lake, alone. But the story did not end there. Many years later, I heard rumors about missing people near Choke Canyon. Fishermen, hunters, even children. Their belongings were found, but their bodies were never recovered. And sometimes, on moonless nights, locals say they hear the sound of wings flapping, followed by the hoarse laughter echoing from the darkness. Is the creature still out there, waiting? Or has it found new prey? Years passed, but the memory of that night still haunted my family like a curse. I grew up, left San Antonio, but every time I hear the wind howling through the window, I feel a chill down my spine. One day, I received a call from Chester, now an old man, quiet and reclusive. His voice was hoarse from age and fear. "It's back." He said that the night before, while sitting on the porch in Pleasanton, he heard the familiar sound of wings flapping. This time, it wasn't far. It was standing right in front of the yard, its red eyes staring directly at him through the night. Chester said he locked the door and grabbed his shotgun, but the creature did not leave. It knocked on the door, not loudly, but slowly, steadily, as if playing with his fear. The knocking lasted for hours, until he couldn't take it anymore and fired a shot through the door. Silence. He thought it was dead, but when he opened the door the next morning, he only saw a dark bloodstain leading into the forest. And on the doorstep, a long black feather, longer than his arm, lay there like a warning. I decided to return to Pleasanton to investigate. Armed with a camera and a shotgun, I went to Choke Canyon on a moonless night. The air was thick, the familiar, foul stench filling the air. I set up the camera traps around the lake, hoping to capture the creature's image. That night, I sat in the truck, my eyes glued to the camera screen. By midnight, a shadow swept past, too fast to see clearly. But then it stopped, right in the middle of the frame, its massive wings spread wide, its grotesque face staring directly into the lens as if it knew I was watching. My heart raced as the camera started to shake. A screeching sound came through the speakers, and then the screen went black. I heard scratching outside the truck, slow, deliberate. I gripped the shotgun, but my hands were trembling so much I couldn't pull the trigger. The truck door rattled violently, and through the glass I saw its red eyes pressed up close, so close I could almost smell its breath, a mix of rotting flesh and damp earth. I screamed, slammed the gas pedal, and sped off, but the sound of wings flapping followed, echoing in my head. When I got home, I reviewed the footage. It was empty, except for one final moment, the creature's face, smiling, as if inviting me to come back. Since then, I haven't dared to go near Choke Canyon. But last night as I wrote these words, I heard the knocking, slow, steady. I didn't dare open the door, would you? Under the gray sky of rural Texas, where dry fields stretch endlessly, darkness seems always poised to swallow up all light. This story happened to my great-grandparents when they were young, living in Christine, Texas, about 40 miles south of San Antonio. It was the 1930s, a time when people still depended on the land and old wooden roads that connected small towns. Christine, with its sparse forests and dry, empty streams, held a rugged beauty, but also an air of mystery. Locals often whispered about strange tales, footsteps in the night, eyes peering from behind bushes, and shadows not of this world. My great-grandfather Henry was a tall, strong man with calloused hands from working on cotton fields. My great-grandmother Clara was small but tough, always carrying an oil lamp whenever she went outside after dusk. They lived in a modest wooden house, a few miles from town, near an old wooden bridge crossing the dry creek. That bridge was more than just a passage. It marked the boundary between the world of the living and something darker. People said that on moonless nights, the bridge would tremble even without wind, as if it was breathing. Henry and Clara didn't believe in ghosts, but that night, everything changed. That fateful night began like any other. Henry and Clara were leaving a friend's house after a family gathering, carrying a few cornbread cakes and a bottle of homemade whiskey. The road home passed over the wooden bridge, where the light from Clara's oil lamp barely illuminated the few steps ahead. The air was heavy, damp, with the smell of dry earth and a hint of something foul, like the scent of something long dead. As they stepped onto the bridge, the wood creaked underfoot, blending with the buzzing insects in the woods. But then, all sound suddenly stopped. A deadly silence enveloped them, causing Clara's hair to stand on end. Henry held her hand tightly, whispering, "Something's wrong." They stopped in the middle of the bridge, Clara's lamp swaying. In her hand, the faint light casting shadows into the darkness ahead. From a distance, a strange sound echoed. Not the wind, not the sounds of animals, but heavy, slow footsteps, as if something was approaching from the other side of the bridge. Clara raised the lamp high, and in the moment the light touched it, they saw it. A tall figure lurking in the shadows, with yellow eyes burning like two ghostly flames. The lamp in Clara's hand shook violently as the figure stepped out of the night. It was a creature resembling a human but taller, with goat-like legs and long horns growing from its head, its yellow eyes glowing brightly in the dark. But that wasn't all. It was covered in dark matted fur, stained with mud and dried blood, as if it had just crawled out of a deep pit. Its spindly arms ended in sharp, curved claws, lightly scraping the wooden surface of the bridge, leaving deep grooves behind. The foul stench emanating from it filled the air, the smell of decay mixed with damp earth and something undefinable, making Clara nearly drop the lamp. Henry pulled Clara behind him, his hand gripping the machete he always carried. The creature wasn't in a hurry. It took slow, deliberate steps, its goat-like feet tapping on the bridge, creating a rhythmic sound like a death drum. Each step made the bridge tremble, wood shavings falling into the dry creek below. The yellow eyes never blinked, staring directly at them, as if piercing through their skin to extract their deepest fears. Then it stopped, just a few meters away, and opened its mouth, not to speak, but to produce a terrifying sound. A deep growl mixed with a shrill screech like wind through a cave. Clara screamed, but her voice was drowned out as the creature suddenly lunged forward. It moved faster than any human they had ever seen, its sharp horns aimed directly at Henry. He swung the machete, striking its shoulder, but the blade bounced off as if hitting stone, leaving only a small scratch and a bit of thick black blood. The creature let out a scream, shaking the entire forest, causing birds to scatter in panic. Henry shoved Clara toward the bridge's edge, but she tripped, the lamp falling and shattering, the flame igniting a barrier between them and the creature. The fire illuminated its face, not human, but something twisted, half goat, half demon, with sharp teeth jutting out from its mouth. It wasn't afraid of the fire. It stepped through the flames, its goat feet stomping on the burning wood, leaving smoldering footprints. Henry pulled Clara to her feet, but the creature was already right behind them. A cold hand touched Clara's shoulder, its claws piercing through her shirt, scratching a long gash into her skin. Blood poured out, hot and fresh, but she didn't feel the pain, only an absolute terror. Henry screamed, pulling Clara toward the bridge's end, but the creature didn't give up. The sound of its hooves tapping on the wood rang steadily behind them, each step closer, faster. They ran across the bridge and jumped onto the horse-drawn carriage, with Henry whipping the horse to take them toward the light of Christine. But the horse panicked, whinnying loudly, nearly tipping the cart when the creature appeared directly in front of them, its sharp horns gleaming in the moonlight. Henry cracked the whip and the horse galloped away, but the sound of hooves couldn't drown out the horrifying screech of the creature chasing them. The rough dirt road rumbled beneath, the wheels, dust flying everywhere, but the yellow eyes still glowed in the dark behind them. Clara clung to Henry, the blood from her shoulder soaking into her shirt, her breath heavy. They thought they had escaped when the lights of Christine appeared in the distance. But then, the cart stopped. The wheel was stuck in a hole. The creature appeared beside them, its claws scraping against the cart, leaving deep marks. Henry swung the machete again, but this time the creature dodged it, and a blow from its arm knocked him to the ground. Clara screamed, jumping down to help Henry, but the creature didn't attack immediately. It stood there, its yellow eyes staring intently, as if savoring their fear. Then it turned its head and walked slowly back toward the bridge, leaving them in a deadly silence. Henry and Clara didn't dare stay long. They freed the cart from the hole and raced toward town, not looking back. When they arrived, they told the townspeople everything, but no one believed them, until the next morning. They returned to the bridge the next morning with a few townsfolk and discovered strange footprints of the creature on the bridge. But the more horrifying discovery was under the bridge. A deep hole full of animal bones and a few human bones, bleached white, still with rotting flesh attached. Next to the hole was a strange symbol carved into the wood, a goat with yellow eyes like an ancient curse. The townspeople turned pale, whispering that it was the sign of El Chupacabra. But Henry knew it wasn't just a legend. It was real, and it had chosen the bridge as its territory. After that night, Henry and Clara never crossed the bridge again. They moved deep into the town of Christine, away from the sparse woods and dry creek. But the creature's shadow never left them. Every night, Clara dreamed of those yellow eyes, hearing the sound of goat hooves tapping on the wooden floor in her sleep. Henry became withdrawn, his hands trembling whenever he held the machete, as if the memory of the creature's body still haunted him. The townspeople began to avoid the bridge, and stories about the goat demon spread throughout the region. Many years later, when I was a child, my great-grandmother Clara told me this story, her voice shaking. She said the creature was not just an animal, it was a curse tied to the bridge from ancient times, when this land was still a battleground for ancient tribes. She believed that anyone who crossed the bridge on a moonless night would become its prey. Then one day I decided to find out the truth. Armed with a flashlight and a mix of curiosity and fear, I went to the bridge on a moonless night. The air was heavy, the foul stench just as she described. I stepped onto the bridge, the wood creaking beneath my feet. Suddenly the flashlight flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, I heard footsteps, slow, steady, from the other side of the bridge. My heart raced as the yellow eyes appeared, glowing like two flames. The creature stepped closer, taller than I remembered from my grandmother's story, its curved horns pointing toward the sky. I turned and ran, but the goat hooves chased me, faster than any human. When I made it back home, I found a long scratch on my arm, not painful but icy cold like its mark. Since then, I haven't dared go near the bridge again. But last night, as I wrote these words, I heard a knocking at the door. Slow, steady, like goat hooves on wood. I looked through the crack in the door, and the yellow eyes were waiting for me outside. Will the curse ever end? Under the scorching Texas sun on a summer day in 1998, the air at the construction site in the hill country suddenly grew suffocating, even though there were no clouds in the sky. The workers, drenched in sweat, were diligently building a 2-story garage for a secluded house in the midst of a vast pine forest. The rhythmic sound of hammers and saws filled the air, but that day, something felt off, creeping into every breath they took. An unusual cold wind blew through, carrying the scent of damp earth and something foul, like the distant smell of a decaying corpse. My father, a construction contractor, later recounted that his team fled the site in a panic after seeing a Bigfoot-like creature in the creek behind the house. But the story didn't end with a fleeting shadow in the forest. No, it was far worse than that. It all began when the sun set, and the darkness fell quickly, like a heavy curtain. The crew decided to stay a few more hours to finish the garage frame, their flashlights flickering in the night. They had no idea that deep in the creek, a pair of glowing yellow eyes was watching, hidden beneath the mud and rotting leaves. The sound of the flowing water suddenly stopped, replaced by a low, guttural breath, as if something was trying to suppress its hunger. One worker, Juan, suddenly turned his head, his flashlight sweeping across the creek, and he screamed, dropping his hammer. "It's not human," he yelled, his voice trembling in sheer terror. After Juan's scream, the entire crew froze, their flashlights shaking in their hands, scattering light wildly into the darkness. Another worker, Miguel, shouted, "Run, it's here!" But no one could react in time before the creature leapt from the creek. It wasn't a bear, nor a human, but a creature over 2 meters tall, with a gaunt body and bulging muscles beneath, its jet-black fur soaked with mud. Its claws, long like blades, gleamed under the flashlight, and its face, oh God, its face had no eyes, just 2 deep blood-red sockets, as though someone had gouged them out in a fit of madness. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp yellowed teeth, accompanied by a low growl that made the ground tremble. They were a hard-working group of Mexican laborers, not afraid of hardship, often working from dawn to dusk under the blistering heat. But that night, their resilience evaporated. Juan collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, muttering prayers in Spanish. Miguel tried to pull him up, but the creature had moved, so fast that no one saw how it moved. In the blink of an eye, it was standing right in front of them, its hot breath filling the cold air. Another worker, Pedro, swung a crowbar at it, but the creature just tilted its head, easily dodging the blow, then swiped its claws, ripping Pedro's shirt and leaving 3 deep bloody scratches on his chest. The crew started running in panic, their screams echoing through the empty forest. But the worst part was yet to come. From a distance, they heard laughter. Not human laughter, but a hoarse sound, screeching like wind through a corpse. The creature didn't chase them right away. It stood still, lifting its head to sniff the air, as if savoring their fear. Then, slowly, it began to walk, each heavy step shaking the earth, heading toward the crew's truck, where they thought they would be safe. The crew rushed to the truck, their hearts pounding in their chests. Miguel, the fastest, jumped into the driver's seat, his hands trembling as he shoved the key into the ignition. But when he turned the key, the engine let out a faint whine and died. "Damn it!" he shouted, slamming his hands on the steering wheel. Outside, the creature came closer, its claws dragging along the ground, leaving deep, knife-like gouges. Juan, still kneeling on the ground not far away, suddenly stopped praying. He looked up, his eyes wide with horror, whispering, "It's not alone." Before anyone could understand his words, a second figure emerged from the creek, smaller, faster, with bat-like ears and long arms wrapped in dry vines. The 2 creatures now stood side by side, moonlight shining on their bodies, highlighting strange scars carved into their fur, like ancient runes. The crew screamed and pounded on the truck door, but there was no escape. My father said the workers called him from a payphone at a gas station on Boulevard around noon the next day, saying they were too scared to return to the site until the following day. But what my father didn't know was that night, they didn't just run. When Miguel finally managed to start the truck, he floored the accelerator and sped off, leaving Juan behind, who had been grabbed by the smaller creature, its hands around, his throat pulling him into the darkness. Juan's screams echoed, then faded, replaced by the sound of crunching from the creek. The truck sped away, But in the rear-view mirror, they saw the larger creature still standing there, not chasing them. It raised its hand, its claws waving gently as if saying goodbye. When the crew reached the gas station, they made a horrifying discovery. On the back seat of the truck, where no one had been sitting, was a human hand bone, still attached to fresh meat, as if it had just been chewed off. Who left that there? And more importantly, how long had it been in the truck? After that night, the construction site was abandoned for weeks. My father allowed them to carry rifles and shotguns in the truck until the project was completed, but no one dared to return to the creek to search for Juan. The police were called, but they only found a few dried bloodstains and a torn shoe, not enough to open an investigation. The villagers nearby began whispering about the night hunters, ancient creatures living underground, only emerging when humans trespassed on their territory. Some said they didn't just eat flesh but also kept the souls of their victims, causing them to wander forever in the woods. The project was eventually completed, but the garage was never used. The homeowner left, leaving the house abandoned, in the forest. Sometimes people hear growls coming from the creek on moonless nights, and if you're brave enough to stand near it, you might see a glowing yellow eye flash in the darkness, or worse, feel a cold hand touch your shoulder whispering, "You're next." Cancun, a tropical paradise with its white sandy beaches and crystal clear waters, has always been a dream destination for millions of tourists. But beneath the bright sunlight and the sound of the crashing waves, there are dark corners that no one dares to speak of. I went on vacation with my family when I was about 14 years old. It was my first time visiting Mexico. The trip began like a dream. Long days spent at the beach eating spicy tacos and listening to mariachi music echoing from the coastal bars. But everything changed on that fateful night, when I, an innocent boy, walked into a nightmare that I will never forget. My family stayed in a luxurious resort, where neon lights flashed all night and laughter never ceased. But beyond the resort's walls, Cancun revealed another face. Dark alleys, the smell of rotting garbage mixing with the salty sea air, and strange eyes from passers-by. I, a 14-year-old boy full of curiosity, didn't realize that my innocence was the perfect prey for the predators lurking in the shadows. That night, after a long day of playing under the sun, I decided to sneak out on my own, just to explore the air of freedom without my parents hovering over me. I left the resort through the back gate, where the streetlights' glow grew dimmer, as I entered a small, dusty street. The sound of the distant sea waves was drowned out by car horns and loud music from a nearby bar. I wore an old t-shirt and flip-flops, hands stuffed in my pockets trying to look confident like an adult. But deep down I felt an indescribable unease, as if someone was watching me from afar. The night breeze blew past, carrying the scent of seawater mixed with something pungent and cold, like the scent of danger drawing near. Then I heard footsteps, soft but steady, behind me. I turned around, but the street was empty, just the shadows of palm trees swaying under the moonlight. I told myself it was just my imagination, but my heart started beating faster. As I entered a narrow alley leading to the beach, a man emerged from the shadows, tall, wearing a ragged coat, his face hidden beneath a baseball cap. He smiled, a cold, mocking grin, and spoke in a low voice. "Hey boy, lost your way? Let me help you out." At that moment I had no idea that I had just walked into a trap set for me. The man stepped closer, his eyes gleaming under the faint light from a broken street lamp. He offered me a cup of liquor, claiming it was a traditional Mexican drink that everyone tries when visiting. I hesitated, but youthful curiosity and a bit of arrogance led me to take the cup he handed me. The liquid inside was cloudy yellow, with a strong, pungent smell like tequila mixed with something unusual. He patted me on the shoulder, laughing. "Drink up. You'll like it." I took a sip, and immediately, my throat burned, and my head spun as if someone had punched me hard. I tried to keep my balance, but my legs began to shake. He stood there, his smile now distorted, like a mask hiding something terrifying. "So, how's it feel, kid? Does the world feel like it's spinning yet?" he asked, his voice now deeper, more menacing. I realized I had made a mistake, but it was too late. The alley around me began to blur, the moonlight smeared into strange streaks, and the sound of the ocean now seemed like the whispers of hundreds of unseen voices. He grabbed my hand, pulling me forward, whispering, "Come with me. I've got something better to show you." I struggled, but my body no longer obeyed me. He led me through the dark alleyways where the smell of trash and sewage mixed with the faint scent of dried blood. I heard giggling from a distance like children laughing, but there was no one around. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an old, peeling wooden door, hidden behind a pile of garbage. He knocked 3 times, slowly, and the door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black space inside. A thin hand reached out from the darkness, wearing a silver ring engraved with a skull, beckoning me closer. "Bring him in," a hoarse voice echoed from within. I screamed, but the scream was nothing more than a weak whimper. He shoved me across the threshold and I fell to the floor, cold and damp. Inside the room, the light from a single candle illuminated walls stained with dried blood and strange symbols carved into the wood. I saw shadowy figures lurking in the corners, their eyes wide and empty, staring at me. A nauseating smell filled the air, the stench of death and fear. He stood behind me, whispering in my ear, "You won't leave here." In that dark room, I felt my breath grow heavy, as if someone was squeezing my throat. The soulless figures moved closer, their trembling hands, their long nails scratching the wooden floor, creating piercing sounds. I tried to crawl toward the door, but the man blocked my way, his eyes now bloodshot, as if possessed by something. He leaned down, his face close to mine, his foul breath touching my skin. "You drank that drink. You belong to us now." I didn't understand what he meant, but the terror made me spring to my feet, throwing myself at him with what little strength I had left. He fell back, his head crashing against the wall, and I seized the opportunity to run out. The alley was pitch dark, but the footsteps of the soulless figures echoed behind me, fast and frantic. I tripped, my knees hitting the ground, but I dared not stop. The sound of the ocean was now closer, guiding me toward the beach. I ran toward the lights of the resort, where I saw my parents searching for me with the hotel security. But when I looked back, the figures had disappeared, leaving only a silver ring lying in the sand. The same ring I had seen on the thin hand inside the room. I ran into my parents' arms, tears streaming down my face, stammering as I recounted the entire story. They took me back to the room, called a doctor to check on me, but no one believed me. They just thought I was drunk and panicked. But the next morning when I woke up, I discovered a long scratch on my arm. Not painful, but icy cold, like the mark of something not of this world. I searched online for missing persons reports in Cancun, and my heart stopped when I read, dozens of teenagers had disappeared in this area over the years, often after being seen near dark alleys. Some people said they heard children's laughter before their loved ones vanished. I looked at the silver ring on the table. It was no longer shiny but stained black, as if rotting from the inside. When I touched it, a whisper echoed in my head. "We will find you." I threw it out the window, but the fear didn't leave. It wasn't just a drunken night. It was a doorway that led me into a world I never wanted to step into. After that trip, I never went back to Cancun. My family thought it was just a youthful experience, but I knew the truth was far more terrifying. In the nights that followed, I often woke up in a cold sweat, still hearing the distant sound of children's laughter. My mother found the scratch on my arm a few days later, but it never healed. It still felt cold, like a reminder of that night. I began to research more deeply, reading hidden forums online about the missing persons cases in Cancun. A user wrote, "They didn't die. They were taken. If you see the ring, you're next." I tried to forget, but a year later, when I turned 15, a small package appeared at my door in the US. Inside was the silver ring, the same one I had thrown away in Cancun. Along with it was a handwritten note, the scrawl like a child's handwriting. "You drank it. You belong to us. Come back." My heart stopped for a moment. I burned the note, threw the ring into the river near my house, but the fear didn't go away. That night, I heard a knock on the door. Slow, steady, like footsteps in the alley from years ago. I decided to return to Cancun one final time, not to face them, but to find answers. I hired a local guide, an old man who had heard of the dark legends of the area. He took me to the old alley, now abandoned, with only the decaying wooden door left. He said, "This isn't a human matter. They call it Los Niños Perdidos, the lost children. They don't live, but they don't die either. They hunt the lost ones." When I stepped inside, I saw the symbols on the walls still there, but this time, they glowed under the flashlight, as if they were alive. Suddenly, the guide screamed and pulled me out. He pointed into the darkness. A group of small, shadowy figures, their white eyes staring at us, coming closer. The sound of children's laughter echoed cold and relentless. We rushed to the car, speeding away, but when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw them standing there holding silver rings, waving at me. The guide whispered, "You've been marked. They won't stop." Now I live with fear every day. The knocking still comes on random nights, and sometimes I see the silver ring on the table, even though I've thrown it away countless times. I don't know what they want, but I know one thing. If I go back to Cancun, I will never return. Would you dare to step into that alley? That winter, the biting cold seeped into the small apartment on the top floor of an old building. The tin walls of the kitchen trembled every time the wind blew, making a sound like the moaning of someone trapped in the darkness. My mother and a friend had lived in that top-floor apartment with my 1-year-old brother, while my mother's friend was away at university. But from the very beginning, they felt uneasy, as though someone was watching from the hidden corners where the light couldn't reach. The sound of footsteps echoing on the stairs at night was not uncommon, but every time the police came to check, they found nothing but empty hallways and dust-covered surfaces. It all began one evening when my mother was washing dishes in the cold kitchen. The flickering fluorescent light cast the blurry shadow of her on the tin walls. She heard a noise, not the wind, but a slow, deep sigh coming from the stairs leading up to the attic. She stopped, water dripping onto the floor, her heart pounding. "Is someone there?" she called out, but only an echo replied. Then, from the dark corner of the room, a shadow flashed by, quick as a blink, but enough to make her shiver. She thought it was just an illusion, that the cold and isolation were playing tricks on her mind. But when she turned back, a knife from the kitchen shelf was gone, leaving only a watermark, like a handprint where someone had touched it. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the apartment grew heavier. My mother began noticing strange details. Food disappearing from the refrigerator, even though she was sure no one had touched it. Small scratches appearing on the wooden floor, leading up to the attic, as though someone's nails had scraped across it. They began to suspect it was a ghost, so they often read the Bible out loud to ward off the footsteps and finally managed to sleep. But the noises didn't stop. They just grew silent for a while, then returned in the dead of night, when the world was asleep. One night, my mother woke up to the sound of my brother crying from the room next door. She ran to check, but he wasn't crying. He was sitting on the bed, eyes wide open, pointing at the ceiling and whispering, "The man, up there." The next morning, my mother's friend called her brother, a sheriff in the nearby town, to come investigate. He arrived with a colleague, bringing flashlights and pistols, determined to uncover the truth. They climbed the narrow stairs leading to the attic, where the old door creaked, as though warning them of something. When the flashlight beam swept across, they discovered a horrifying scene. A corner of the attic set up like a secret room. There was a tattered blanket, some empty cans of tuna, and a broken mirror leaning against the wall, reflecting the faint light. But what sent chills down their spines were the crude drawings on the walls, human figures with hollowed-out eyes and a blood-stained message. "I see you." They realized it wasn't a ghost, but a living person, my mother's ex-boyfriend who had been living in the attic the whole time. He had climbed through the window from a nearby tree, entered the room of my mother's friend who was away, and then crawled up into the attic through the wardrobe. But he had vanished before they arrived, leaving the room empty and a stench of decay, as though he had rotted from the inside out. After that discovery, my mother and her friend no longer dared to sleep in the apartment. They moved out the following week, but the memory of the attic haunted them forever. He had visited my mother's new home with a university friend after she moved out, and my mother found that he had rearranged my brother's belongings in a strange way. But at the time, my mother thought little of it. She just saw him as an eccentric, unfriendly person who wasn't worth paying attention to. It wasn't until many years later, when news spread around town, that they learned. That man, with the hollow eyes and twisted smile, had killed an elderly woman by pushing her down the stairs in a shopping cart. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and all the pieces started to fall into place. But the story didn't end there. Before he was arrested, he returned to the old apartment one last time. A neighbor later recalled that on a late night, they heard singing, a discordant hoarse melody coming from the attic. When the police raided the apartment, they found him sitting in the middle of the room, holding the knife my mother had lost, its blade covered in fresh blood. On the floor, dozens of dead rats were sliced in half, arranged in a circle around him like some twisted ritual. He looked up, stared into the eyes of the sheriff and said, "They told me I had to do this, to keep them here." No one knew who they were, but his voice was so cold that even the sheriff, who had faced dozens of criminals, trembled. They dragged him out of the attic, but upon searching more thoroughly, they found a hidden compartment behind the broken mirror. Inside was a notebook detailing every day my mother and her friend had lived there, when they went to sleep, what they said, even the sound of my brother's crying. At the end of each page there was a repeated phrase, "They belong to me." After the arrest, the apartment was sealed, but the rumors continued to spread. People said that the attic still made noises at night, scratching sounds, whispers, as if something still remained. My mother believed that the house had a spirit because of the cold rooms, the feeling of unease, and the unexplained events, like the glowing room. She thought the man was just part of a bigger darkness that lingered there. The downstairs neighbor, a single mother who often locked her child in the room, also left not long after, leaving the house in a deathly silence. Many years later, when I grew up and asked my mother about it, She just shook her head and said, "Never go back there." But I heard from a friend that if you stand beneath the apartment at midnight, you might see a faint light coming from the attic. Not a lamp, but something flickering, like eyes watching from above. And if you listen closely, you'll hear that song, calling your name from the darkness. Under the gray sky of a late afternoon, the small town where I grew up appeared with its quiet streets and old buildings covered in the dust of time. When I was a teenager, my friends and I would often go to abandoned buildings to explore as a way to kill time during the long summer days. It was the pleasure of youth, the curiosity mixed with a bit of recklessness, when we stepped through rotting doors to search for something unusual in the mundane life of our small town. The building we chose that night was located a few blocks away from the university, an old structure that had once been a student dormitory before it was abandoned for decades. The walls were peeling and covered in stains, the windows shattered, revealing tattered curtains fluttering in the wind. The locals called it the haunted house, not because it was truly haunted, but because of the strange stories about footsteps and whispers echoing from within at night. I, along with 3 friends, Jake, Sarah, and Mike, brought flashlights, an old camera, and the courage of youth, deciding to explore the place on a moonless night. As we stepped through the sagging front door, the musty smell hit our noses, mixing with something pungent and cold, like the scent of something long dead. The wooden floor creaked under our feet, each step reverberating in the empty space. Our flashlights swept through the long hallways, illuminating walls marred by strange scratch marks, as if someone had tried to escape from here. Jake laughed loudly, trying to ease the tension. It's probably just wild cats. But his smile quickly faded when a sound echoed from the upper floor. Not the sound of cats, but the slow, heavy footsteps of an adult man. We stood frozen, the flashlight trembling in Sarah's hands. The footsteps from the upper floor stopped, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Mike whispered, "Is someone here?" No one answered, but I felt a chill run down my spine. One night, we decided to enter another abandoned building near the university, and while on the second floor, we heard footsteps from above. We looked at each other, no one daring to speak, but curiosity overpowered the fear. Jake led the way, stepping up the rotting wooden stairs, each step creaking as if the floor would collapse beneath us. The second floor was a maze of small rooms, once occupied by students, now only filled with broken beds, torn books, and mirrors clouded with dust. The flashlight beam passed down a long hallway and we saw it. A figure standing at the end of the hall, tall and motionless. Sarah screamed, dropping the flashlight, and the light rolled on the floor, illuminating the figure's feet. Not shoes, but bare, scarred feet with long, curved toenails like those of a beast. Jake yelled, "Run!" But when we turned around, the stairs behind us had vanished. Only a dark void remained, as if the building had swallowed our escape route. The figure began to move, slowly but steadily, its footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. I could hear its breathing, a wheezing, heavy sound like a dying man still clinging to life. Sarah grabbed my hand, tears streaming down her face. "It's not human." We rushed into a nearby room, slamming the door shut. But the footsteps didn't stop. It stopped right in front of the door, and a knocking sound began. Slow, steady, as if counting down our time. The door trembled with each knock, dust falling from the ceiling. Mike whispered, "It knows we're here." I looked around the room. No windows, no way out. Just a large mirror on the wall, reflecting our panicked faces. But in the mirror, I saw something else. Not us, but the figure standing right behind us, even though the door was still tightly shut. I turned around, but there was no one there. Sarah screamed, "It's in the mirror!" The knocking stopped, and the door suddenly flew open, revealing the figure now clearer. It was a tall man, wearing a ragged coat, his white eyes staring straight at us. But his face was not normal. His skin was wrinkled, covered in black, rotting patches, and his mouth split into a terrifying grin, revealing sharp teeth. He didn't speak, only emitting a low, raspy screech like wind whistling through a cave. Jake lunged at him, punching him in the chest, but his hand passed right through, as if touching smoke, and he stood there, motionless. We ran out, dashing, down the hallway, but the building seemed to change. The walls shifted. The hallways stretched endlessly. His screech echoed behind us, blending with the maniacal laughter from afar. I tripped, falling into another room, and saw an old diary on the floor. I flipped through it quickly, reading a scrawled sentence. "He is the Watcher. Whoever enters here becomes his prisoner." Before I could understand, he appeared right in front of me, his hand cold as ice, resting on my shoulder. I screamed, pulling away, and somehow we found the exit, bursting out into the night. We ran until our legs could carry us no more, collapsing on the grass a few blocks away from the building. Our breaths were heavy, our hearts pounding as we looked back. The building still stood there, silent, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it wasn't over. That night, when I returned home, I found a cold scratch on my shoulder, where his hand had touched. Sarah later said she dreamed of him every night, standing at the foot of her bed, his white eyes staring at her. Jake and Mike never spoke of it again, but I noticed they avoided, looking into mirrors. I returned to the building one final time, bringing a camera to capture evidence. When reviewing the photos, I saw him in every picture, standing behind us, his grin widening in each frame. But the most horrifying thing was one particular photo, of myself, not then, but in the future, with white eyes, standing next to him. I burned all the pictures, but the fear did not leave. The locals later told me that the building had once housed a madman who died alone, and his soul never left. They called him the Watcher, the one who hunts the lost souls. Now every time I walk past that block, I hear the knocking, slow, steady, like that night. Last week I found a piece of paper under my pillow, scrawled with messy handwriting. "Come back, you belong here." I dare not sleep, for each time I close my eyes I see him standing there waving. The building is still there, waiting. Would you dare step inside? In the fall of 2024, I moved into a small corner of my friend's garage, a temporary living space converted from a shed in a quiet suburban area. I was staying in a makeshift apartment, furnished with only a folding bed, a small table, and a posse doctor leading to the backyard. The cold wind seeped through the cracks in the wooden walls, carrying with it the rustling of leaves like whispers from the nearby forest. I brought along an old laptop, the only thing keeping me connected to the outside world, and set it on the table next to a window overlooking the dark yard. On the first night, I felt uneasy, as if someone was standing outside, hidden in the darkness, watching my every move through the thin glass. It all began one rainy night when the sound of raindrops hitting the metal roof drowned out all other noises. I was editing a document, the blue light from the laptop screen casting strange shadows on my face. Suddenly a sharp, distorted screech came from the laptop speakers, even though I had muted the sound earlier. I jumped, checked the settings. The volume was still at 0. But the screeching didn't stop. It persisted, growing into a chaotic series of noises, like a muffled laugh coming from afar. I closed the laptop, my heart racing. But the sound continued. Now it was a tapping noise, slow, rhythmic, as if someone was tapping on the keyboard from the other side of the screen. I turned to look at the window, and in the flash of Lightning from the storm, I saw it. A tall, thin figure standing motionless in the yard, its head tilted as if listening. When I blinked, it vanished, leaving only the torrential rain. But the cold feeling creeping down my spine didn't go away, and the tapping from the laptop had now turned into a whisper, calling my name in a voice that didn't belong to anyone I had ever known. The next morning I tried to forget about the previous night, telling myself it was just fatigue and the rain playing tricks on my mind. But when I opened the laptop, I found a strange file on the desktop. Listen.exe, with no clear source. I didn't remember downloading it, and the antivirus software detected nothing. I thought it might be a virus, but when I opened it, a voice began to emanate, sounding like reverse speech, not English, but a language I had never heard before. The voice echoed through the garage, deep and distorted, as though someone was trying to scream from the bottom of a deep well. I turned off the laptop immediately, but the screen remained on, displaying strange symbols. Not letters, but curved lines and strokes resembling ancient runes, swirling together into a never-ending circle. That night, I couldn't sleep. I locked the garage door, drew the curtains tightly, but the noise returned, this time not from the laptop, but from the backyard. Scratching, sharp, continuous, like nails scraping on glass. I grabbed a flashlight, trembling as I approached, the window pulling the curtain back slightly. There was no one, just rain and the shadows of the trees swaying. But when I turned back, the laptop, which had been turned off, suddenly powered on, the screen flashing bright red. A message appeared. Listen to me, or run away. My heart nearly stopped. I ran out of the garage, but when I opened the door, a blast of cold air blew back inside, carrying the smell of damp earth and something rancid, like fresh blood. Called my friend and told him everything, but he just laughed, telling me I was imagining things. He came to check the next day, turned on the laptop, and there was nothing unusual. The strange file was gone, no voices, no symbols. But when he left, I noticed a long scratch on the window. Not from the outside, but from inside, as if it had been there with me all night. And on the floor, near the table, was a damp scrap of paper, scrawled with the words, "I've been here for a long time." I couldn't stay in the garage for another minute. I packed up my things and decided to leave that very night. But when I picked up the laptop, it was scorching hot, as though it had been heated in an oven, even though I hadn't turned it on all day. I threw it on the bed, and immediately, a scream. Not human, but the sound of hundreds of voices blending together, screeching from the speakers. At that point, I thought there was something inside the computer, not a virus, but a presence. The screen went black, then a face appeared, not clear, but with white, pupilless eyes staring directly at me. It didn't move, just stared, and I felt as though it was pulling me into the screen, as if I could fall through it at any moment. I ran outside, but the garage door was stuck. The lock wouldn't open, even though I twisted the key until my hand was shaking. The screams from the laptop now mixed with the tapping, not from the machine, but from the ceiling above me, right over my head. I looked up, and in the dim light of the flashlight, I saw it. A black, elongated shape crawling across the ceiling like a spider, with bony arms wrapped in something like thorny vines. It stopped, turned its head. No face, just two white hollows like the eyes on the screen. I screamed and slammed on the door in a frenzy, but it jumped, down, landing softly right in front of me. It didn't attack, just stood there, its labored breath coming from an invisible mouth. Then it raised a hand, pointing at the laptop. The screen now showed a video, a scene of me sleeping in the bed the previous night, filmed from the attic corner, even though there were no cameras there. In the video, the thing stood next to me, leaning close to my face, whispering something I couldn't hear. I turned around, but it had vanished. Only the hoarse laughter echoed from the backyard, blending with the sound of rain. I finally managed to break open the door and ran outside into the pouring rain, with nothing but fear in my heart. I went to my friend's house and told him everything, and this time, he didn't laugh. We returned to the garage the next morning, with another friend who was a computer technician. The laptop was still there, but the battery was dead, the screen blank. I had thrown that laptop away after everything, never wanting to see it again. The technician checked it and said the hardware was badly damaged, as if it had been burned from the inside. But he found a hidden file in the hard drive, a 3-minute audio clip filled with unintelligible whispers mixed with the sound of my breathing while I slept. The garage is now abandoned. No one dares to rent it again. Neighbors nearby say they sometimes hear tapping from inside at night, even though no one is there. Once, they saw a flickering green light from the window, like the light from a laptop screen, even though the power had been cut. I try to forget, but every time I use a new computer, I always check the ceiling before I sleep. The fear that it is still watching me never fades. Recently, I received an email from an anonymous address, attached with a video file. I opened it, and it was a scene of me standing in the garage on the last night, filmed from the attic corner, with the black shape crawling behind me. At the end of the video, a voice said, "I can still hear you." I deleted the email, but that night, when I turned off the lights, I heard tapping, not from the ceiling, but from under the bed. Under the dim light of the small room, I sat cross-legged on the old rug, my eyes closed, breathing evenly like the gentle waves lapping at the shore. I began meditating about 5 years ago, as a way to find stillness in the busy, chaotic life I was living. That journey started by accident when I stumbled upon an old book about meditation at a second-hand bookstore near my home. At first, it was just an experiment, spending a few minutes each day to soothe my mind. But gradually, I became drawn into it, extending my meditation sessions for hours, sinking deeper into a world I couldn't explain. The room I chose for meditation was tucked away in the corner of the house. A small space with peeling walls, no windows, and only a single flickering candle on an old wooden table. I liked that isolation, the feeling that it separated me from the outside world, where the noise of traffic and daily life couldn't reach. But from the very beginning, I felt something strange. When I closed my eyes, I didn't just hear my own breath, but other sounds too. Faint whispers, like the wind rustling through leaves, even though there was no breeze in the sealed room. I told myself it was just my imagination, that my mind was playing tricks on me. Then one night, everything changed. I meditated deeper than usual, sinking into a state where my body seemed to dissolve, and there was no longer a boundary between myself and the space around me. The air became heavy, icy cold, even though the candle still burned. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, as if someone was walking around me. I opened my eyes, but there was no one. The room was silent, except for the candle flickering, casting light on strange scratch marks on the walls that I had never noticed before. I closed my eyes again, trying to focus, but the footsteps didn't stop. They grew closer, clearer, as if something was standing right behind me, breathing cold air on the back of my neck. I tried to stay calm, squeezing my eyes shut, telling myself it was just a hallucination, a side effect of meditating too deeply. But then, a new sound appeared. A hoarse screech, like the sound of someone trying to speak, but with no breath left. About a year ago, when I began meditating more deeply, I heard knocking from outside the house, even though I lived alone. That night, the knocking didn't just come from the front door. It echoed from all directions, from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, as if the room was surrounded by invisible hands. I opened my eyes, and the candle suddenly went out, leaving me in complete darkness. I sprang up, my heart pounding, but my body felt heavy, as if an invisible force was pressing down on me. In the darkness, I saw it. A shadowy figure, tall, standing in the corner of the room. Its eyes had no pupils, just two glowing white orbs like moonlight piercing through the night. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze piercing through my skin, digging into my deepest fears. Then it spoke, not with a human sound, but with a long, drawn-out moan, like metal scraping against stone, echoing in my mind. "You have opened the door," I screamed, rushing out of the room, but the door was locked from the outside, even though I had never locked it. The knocking started again, now faster, more intense, like a death knell. I pounded on the door, crying for help, but no one heard me. I lived alone, and the house was in the middle of an empty plot of land, far from neighbors. The shadow in the corner of the room began to move closer, each step causing the floorboards to creak, leaving deep scratches in the wood. I fell to the ground, clutching my head, and heard the whispers, dozens of voices overlapping, saying words I couldn't understand, but full of menace. Suddenly, everything stopped. The candle reignited on its own, illuminating the room. The figure had disappeared, but on the wall I saw a strange symbol, a circle with tangled lines as if carved with fingernails. I shakily stood up, but when I touched the symbol it burned hot, leaving a scorch mark on my hand. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. After that night, I couldn't meditate anymore, but the fear didn't go away. I started researching, trying to find answers to what had happened. I realized the strange sounds only appeared when I meditated deeply, as if I had accidentally connected with something. I flipped through the old meditation book, and in the faded pages at the back, I found a handwritten note: "Beware the third door. It doesn't lead to stillness, but to the abyss." I didn't understand what the third door was, but from that point on, I began documenting every strange occurrence in a journal. I discovered that the house I was living in had once belonged to a mysterious man who disappeared decades ago. Locals said he was a mystic who often performed strange rituals in that very room. They had heard knocking and moaning from his house at night, but no one dared to go near it. When he vanished, the house was left abandoned until I moved in. I searched the basement and found an old wooden box with the same symbol I had seen on the wall. Inside were scraps of handwritten paper, filled with incantations and warnings. "Don't open the door. It will pull you down." I took the symbol to a local occult expert in a nearby town. He turned pale when he saw it, whispering, "This is the mark of the listener, a primordial entity that exists in the space between worlds. Deep meditation can accidentally open the door to it." He warned me to leave the house, but I couldn't. I needed to know the truth. That night I returned to the room, not to meditate, but to sit still, waiting. And it came. The figure, its white eyes, standing right in front of me. It didn't attack, it just looked, and I heard the whispers in my mind. "You have seen me. Now I will see you." Since that night, my life has never been the same. I no longer meditate, but the figure doesn't leave. It appears in my dreams, in the corner of my eye, in moments I least expect. The burn on my hand never healed, and every night I hear the knocking, slow, steady, from all over the house. I tried to sell the house, but no one would buy it. They said they felt heavy, Every time they stepped inside, I'm trapped like a prisoner in what I once called home. One day, I found a scrap of paper under my pillow, written in the same scrawled handwriting. Return to the door. I'm waiting. I know what it wants. It wants me to meditate again, to open the door I accidentally touched. I try to resist, but every night the whispers in my head grow louder, clearer. You cannot escape. I'm starting to see the symbols appear all over the house, on the walls, on mirrors, even on my skin, faint but burning hot when I touch them. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I returned to the room, sat down, closed my eyes, and meditated. Not to find stillness, but to face it. I sank deeply, and the third door opened. I saw it. The listener, not just a figure, but a colossal entity, its white eyes glowing in the endless dark. It reached out, pulling me in, and I felt my body dissolve, becoming a part of it. But I woke up, still in the room, drenched in sweat. On the wall, the symbol now glowed, and a voice echoed, "You belong to me now. Now, I am no longer myself." I hear the whispers at all times, and sometimes I see myself in the mirror with white eyes. The house is still here, waiting for the next one. If you meditate, would you dare open the third door? In the summer of 2010, the scorching sun burned the small desert town where my aunt and uncle lived. The town was nestled among dry, barren sand dunes, with only a few scattered houses and a dusty road leading to the highway. My aunt and uncle's house was located in this small desert town, near an old convenience store and a field overrun with weeds. My cousin Jake and I, who was 13 at the time, would often wander around to kill time. But that night, when the moon hung suspended in the starless sky, we decided to explore something that had been the talk of the town all week. An old, abandoned U-Haul truck parked behind the convenience store, its paint peeling and the rear door left ajar. As we approached, a strange, cold breeze blew through, carrying with it the smell of rust and something pungent, like dried blood. Jake laughed and told me it was just someone's garbage truck left behind. But when he climbed onto the truck bed, the flashlight in my hand illuminated a dark corner, and I saw it. A figure huddled, blood flowing in streaks from its head down to its neck, its white eyes staring at us as if it wanted to devour us. Jake screamed, jumped off the truck, dropping the flashlight. The light rolled on the ground, scattering randomly into the darkness. But it was enough for me to see clearly. The man wasn't just covered in blood. One of his arms was torn apart, flesh hanging out, white bone gleaming in the moonlight. He didn't move, just sat there, a raspy breath escaping from his gaping mouth. I grabbed Jake's hand and pulled him to run. But before we could leave, a deep, guttural groan came from inside the truck, as if something was awakening from within. We ran back home and told my aunt and uncle, but they didn't believe us, dismissing it as the imagination of children. But I couldn't forget those eyes. No pupils, just two empty white voids, like two holes that would swallow souls. Jake was shaking, mumbling that the man had whispered something when he climbed onto the truck, but he couldn't hear clearly, only that it was cold and full of hatred. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a noise. Not the wind, but the sound of slow dragging footsteps on the sand outside my window. I pulled back the curtain, and in the darkness, I saw footprints. Not human, but long, deep marks, as if something without toes had passed through. The next morning, we returned to the convenience store with my uncle, who reluctantly agreed to check after seeing how panicked we were. The U-Haul was still there, but there was no sign of the person, just a few dried bloodstains on the truck bed floor, and a foul stench rising from within. My uncle muttered that maybe someone had dumped an animal carcass in there, but when he stepped inside, a growl, not of an animal, but something deep and unnatural, echoed from the dark depths of the truck. He backed away, his face pale, and shouted for us to run back home. That night, while the family was asleep, I was awakened by the sound of knocking. Slow, steady, like the heartbeat of a dead person. I ran to the living room and saw Jake standing there, tightly gripping a knife, his eyes wide with terror. "It's out there," he whispered. Through the window I saw the U-Haul, no longer behind the store, but parked right in front of the house, the rear door wide open. A tall, gaunt figure limped out, dragging a severed leg, blood dripping onto the sand. It lifted its head, its white eyes gleaming, and began crawling toward the house, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. We screamed, waking my aunt and uncle. My uncle rushed out with a shotgun, but when he opened the door, the truck had vanished. No trace, no bloodstains, as if it had never existed. My uncle called the police, but they found nothing but the empty U-Haul behind the convenience store. They concluded it was a prank by someone, but I knew the truth. That night, I dreamt of the man. He was standing in the corner of the room, whispering my name in a hoarse voice, blood flowing from his mouth in streams. Many years later, when I drove through that town, I saw the U-Haul still there, its rear door slightly ajar. And in the darkness, I swear I heard that same groan again, calling me back. Under the pitch-black sky of a moonless night, the deep forest on the outskirts appeared like an eerie painting, where the dry, gaunt branches intertwined to form twisted shadows beneath the flickering campfire. When I was 16, my friends and I went camping in the woods to enjoy a night of telling scary stories around the fire. It was that summer when we, me, Matt, Lily, and Tom, decided to leave the boring little town behind and seek a bit of adventure in the forest that the locals tended to avoid after sunset. We set up camp in a clearing where large rocks formed, a natural circle, like an ancient arena. The fire crackled, the smell of burning wood mingling with the damp air of the forest, giving off a feeling of both warmth and chill. Matt brought along his old guitar, strumming a few offbeat chords, while Lily began telling ghost stories she'd heard from her grandmother about lost souls and figures that never left this forest. I laughed loudly, trying to lighten the mood. Just made up stories, right? But deep down, I felt a strange unease, as though the forest was listening to us. As the night grew deeper, the sounds of insects gradually ceased, leaving behind a suffocating silence. The wind blew, carrying the smell of damp earth and something pungent like decay. I stood up to gather more firewood, the light from the fire barely illuminating a few meters around the camp. As I bent down to pick up a dry branch, I heard a sound. Not the wind, not wildlife, but footsteps, slow and steady, coming from deep within the darkness. I turned around but saw nothing except the still trees, standing like sentinels in the night. I told myself it was just my imagination, but my heart started to race as I returned to the fire. I sat down by the fire, trying to hide my fear with a nervous smile. Matt kept playing the guitar, but the sound now seemed out of place, as if the forest was swallowing it up. While I was telling a ghost story, we heard another strange noise from the bushes nearby, as though someone was moving. The sound wasn't like small animals. It was heavy, awkward, like the steps of an adult trying to walk slowly so as not to be detected. Lily stopped laughing, grabbing Tom's hand and whispering, "Is someone out there?" I grabbed the flashlight, shining it into the bushes, but saw only the branches gently swaying. Then it appeared, a tall figure, standing just at the edge of the firelight, motionless like a statue. We froze, no one daring to speak. The figure was unclear, just a shadowy shape. But I saw its eyes. Two glowing white spots, unblinking, staring directly at us. Matt yelled, "Is someone there? Stop messing around!" But there was no response, only a raspy hiss, like wind, howling through a cave, coming from the direction of the figure. Suddenly it moved, not quickly but slowly, taking deliberate steps toward us. The firelight illuminated its body, not human, but something twisted, with wrinkled skin marred by black patches, as if decaying. Its unusually long arms, with curved claws, scraped the ground, leaving deep gouges. Lily screamed, dropping her cup of water, and Tom rushed to the fire, hurling a burning branch at it. The flame flared when it hit the figure, but it didn't stop. It walked right through, its eyes glowing fiercely, and a putrid smell filled the air, like rotting corpses. We didn't wait any longer. Each of us jumped to our feet, running into the woods, leaving behind the tent and the fire. The figure's footsteps followed, slow but steady, as if it didn't need to hurry because it knew we couldn't escape. I tripped, my knee slamming into a rock, but Matt pulled me up, shouting, "Run!" The branches scraped our faces, leaving burning scratches, but fear made us numb to the pain. Its hiss echoed behind us, blending with the wind, like a terrifying soundtrack. We ran until our lungs were on fire, collapsing on a patch of ground a few hundred meters away from the camp. When we looked back, we saw the figure standing at the edge of the firelight staring at us. It didn't chase us anymore, just stood there, its white eyes glowing in the darkness. We huddled together, shivering, not daring to go back to the camp until the morning light. As dawn broke, we returned, and found the tent torn to shreds, belongings scattered everywhere. But what was more horrifying was that on a large rock, near the fire, we found a symbol, a circle with strange, winding lines, carved deeply as if with nails. Later, I asked the locals about the forest. An old man told me that it used to belong to an ancient tribe, where they performed sacrificial rituals to appease the one below the forest, an entity that never slept, hunting those who trespassed on its land. The old man looked at me and whispered, "If you've seen the white eyes, you've been marked." I didn't believe him, but from that moment, I never returned to that forest. After that night, we never went camping again. Matt became withdrawn. Lily often woke up in the middle of the night, and Tom never spoke about it. As for me, I carried with me an unshakable fear. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those white eyes glowing in the dark. A week later, I discovered a scratch on my shoulder. Not painful, but icy cold, like the mark of that figure from that night. I tried to forget, but the memory clung to me like a curse. A year later, I received a message from Lily. She had found a scrap of paper in an old jacket pocket, written in messy handwriting. "Come back. The forest is waiting." She said she could hear the hissing every night, like the figure's voice. I didn't reply, but that night, I dreamed I was standing in the forest, the fire burning brightly, and the figure stepped out, waving. When I woke up, I saw the symbol on the rock, faintly carved on the wall of my room, as if it had followed me back. I returned to the forest one final time, not to camp, but to find answers. I stood before the clearing, now overgrown with wild grass, and heard footsteps, slow, steady, coming from deep within the forest. I didn't run anymore. The figure appeared, its white eyes staring directly at me, and I heard the whisper in my mind, "You belong here." I turned away, but from that moment on, the hissing never left me. Last night, as I wrote these words, I found a scrap of paper on the table. Light the fire again. Would you dare return to that forest? In the winter of 2015, my sisters and I started babysitting to earn some pocket money. We, my sisters and I, had years of experience with stories from the children we looked after. But none of the children were as strange as Tommy, a 6-year-old boy who lived in the old house at the end of Oakwood Street, where the ancient oaks stretched their bare branches like skeletal hands beneath the gray sky. That house always exuded the smell of rotting wood and something damp, as if it had absorbed moisture from rains decades ago. Tommy's mother, Linda, was a thin woman with deep-set eyes, always paying generously but rarely speaking more than a few words before disappearing into the dark of night. The first time I babysat Tommy, I felt uneasy. The boy didn't say much, just sat quietly on the couch, his pale blue eyes staring blankly into space. I heard footsteps on the stairs leading to the upper floor, even though Tommy was the only child in the house. I thought it was just the wind shaking the window, but when I checked, every door was locked tight and no breeze had slipped through. Then Tommy turned to me, his voice flat, like he was reciting a memorized line. "Do you hear him? He's singing." I shivered and asked again, "Who's singing?" He pointed at the ceiling where cracks ran like a spider's web and whispered, "The man in the wall." That night, as I was cleaning the kitchen, a hoarse off-key singing echoed from upstairs. I froze, the knife in my hand clattering onto the floor. The singing wasn't from a child. It was the voice of a grown man singing a song I didn't recognize, with distorted words as if sung backward. I called for Tommy, but he was standing right behind me, his eyes wide, smiling. "He likes you," he whispered. My heart raced, and when I looked up, a long, shadowy figure briefly passed across the kitchen wall. There was no light source to cast it. From then on, I didn't go alone anymore. My sister Sarah started, coming with me to look after Tommy. But even with two of us, the house still terrified us. Tommy had strange behaviors, like drawing crude pictures of a tall, thin man with long arms, or staring into the dark corners of the house. One night, while Sarah was reading to Tommy, I heard scratching sounds, sharp, continuous, from the hallway leading upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and walked towards the stairs, but the light only revealed dust and deep gouges on the wooden walls, not from fingernails, but from something larger, like a blade that had slashed through. I called Sarah, and we decided to check upstairs. The stairs creaked underfoot, each step like leading us into an invisible trap. When we reached the hallway, we saw a door, small, low, almost hidden behind a hanging tapestry that we had never noticed before. Tommy, now climbing up behind us, stood at the bottom of the stairs whispering, "Don't open it. He doesn't like it." But Sarah, always curious, pushed the door open. Inside was a small, pitch-dark room, with a foul smell wafting up like the stench of a long-dead body. The flashlight swept across and we saw it, an old worn armchair in the middle of the room, beside a pile of crumpled paper, all covered with red writing, as though written in dried blood. "Don't go." We slammed the door shut, our hearts pounding, but when we turned back, Tommy was gone. The singing resumed, this time from downstairs near the kitchen. Sarah and I rushed down and found Tommy standing in front of the fridge, holding a kitchen knife, murmuring, "He says you have to stay." Sarah yanked the knife from Tommy's hand, but he didn't resist. He just looked up, his eyes now completely white, no longer blue, and smiled a twisted grin that didn't belong to a child. From upstairs, the heavy sound of footsteps began, slowly descending the stairs as if something had escaped from the secret room. I screamed, pulling Sarah toward the front door, but the lock wouldn't open. The key was bent from the inside. The footsteps grew closer, each step making the floorboards shake, accompanied by a raspy breath like someone near death. Tommy stood still, staring at us, his smile growing wider, revealing unnaturally sharp teeth. One night, we saw a shadow, outside the window, tall, gaunt, standing motionless in the dark. But when we told Tommy's mother, she didn't believe us. But this time, we knew it wasn't an illusion. I turned back, and through the dim light from the kitchen, I saw it, a tall, thin figure, long arms scraping the floor, head tilted sideways, stepping out from the darkness of the stairs. Its face, and if it could be called a face, had no eyes, only two deep sockets oozing black goo, and its mouth opened, singing the discordant tune that had haunted us. Sarah screamed, pounding on the door in a frenzy, but the figure wasn't. In a hurry, it shuffled forward, each slow step scraping its long claws on the floor, leaving deep, jagged marks. I ran to the kitchen, looking for anything, to defend myself, and found the knife Tommy had been holding earlier on the table. But the blade was now bent backward, as if someone had snapped it with their bare hands. The creature stopped in front of Tommy, raised its hand to touch his head, and immediately, Tommy collapsed unconscious. It turned to us, its singing turning into a whisper, "Stay, or leave forever." Suddenly, the front door burst open, not by us, but as though some invisible force had broken it. We ran outside across the cold front yard, not daring to look back. But when we reached Oakwood Street, I heard laughter, not from Tommy, but the hoarse voice of the creature, echoing from the house. I turned back for a second, and in the upstairs window, I saw it standing there, waving lightly, as if to say goodbye. Beside it stood Tommy's shadow, his eyes still white, smiling. We never returned to babysit Tommy again. We never told anyone about it. But I swear that sometimes when I pass Oakwood Street at night, I still hear that song calling me back. Tommy's mother called a few times, asking why we stopped the job, but her voice trembled, as if she knew, something she couldn't speak of. A month later, I heard that Linda had moved out, leaving the house empty. People say the police came to check after neighbors reported hearing the singing from upstairs, but they found nothing but a small room filled with papers scrawled with the words, "Don't go." Years later, when I drove past Oakwood, the house was still there, the window shattered and weeds growing thick. I stopped for a moment, and in the stillness I heard it. The song, weak but clear, echoing from upstairs. I looked up, and in the moonlight, I saw a tall, thin figure standing behind the window next to a smaller shadow. Tommy, or something that resembled him. They didn't move, just stood there, staring down at me. I left immediately, but that night, I dreamt of standing in the secret room, holding the bent knife, and the creature whispering behind me, "You left it behind." When I woke up, I found a small scratch on my hand, deep, long, as if carved by claws. And from afar, through the window of my room, I swear I heard that song again, calling me back to Oakwood. Under the pitch-black sky of a late evening, the coastal air grew heavy, carrying the scent of sea salt mixed with the cold breath of an approaching storm. This story took place when I was just a child, during the summer when I turned 10, as my family vacationed in a small seaside town. It was an ordinary trip, where we, my parents, my younger sister Lucy and I, rented a small wooden house near the beach to enjoy a few weeks away from the city. The town, with its cobblestone streets and white-painted houses, had a strangely peaceful aura, but the locals often whispered about stories that no one dared speak of at night. The storm arrived unexpectedly. That morning the sky was still clear, but by noon thick dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun. The wind began howling, whipping up sand from the beach and rattling the wooden windows of our house. My dad, a practical man, checked the radio and announced that the storm would be stronger than expected, possibly cutting power to the entire area. My mom hurried to gather candles and flashlights, while Lucy clung tightly to her old doll, her wide eyes filled with worry. I stood by the window, watching the fierce waves crash against the shore, feeling an odd sense of unease, as if the storm carried something darker than just rain and wind. As night fell, the power went out, leaving the house in complete darkness, lit only by the flickering candlelight. The wind howled through the cracks in the door, sounding like the whispers of hundreds of voices, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. My dad told us to stay in the living room, but then a loud noise echoed from outside the door, not the sound of breaking trees, but a knocking, slow and steady, as if someone was standing on the porch in the midst of the storm. My mom turned pale and whispered, "Who would go outside in this weather?" My dad grabbed the flashlight and went to the door, and when he opened it, there was no one, just pouring rain and thick darkness. But when he closed the door again, the knocking continued, this time from the back of the house. We looked at each other, no one daring to speak. I felt a cold draft run down my spine, not from the wind, but from something in the air, a presence I couldn't explain. Lucy whispered, "Is someone in need of help?" But deep down, I knew that no one in their right mind would be out there in such a violent storm. The knocking didn't stop, moving from the back of the house to the roof, then to the windows, as if something was surrounding us. My dad shouted, "Enough! I'll go check." My mom grabbed his hand, begging him to stay, but he still took the flashlight and opened the back door. The light from the flashlight swept through the rain, and in that moment I saw it. A shadowy figure, tall, standing just at the edge of the fence, motionless. My dad slammed the door shut, his face pale. "There's something out there, but I can't tell if it's human or something else." The storm worsened, and we decided to leave the wooden house to find a safer place. The wind howled, tearing apart the roof, and rain poured in through the cracks. We packed a few essentials, candles, blankets, and some food, then rushed to the car. But when my dad started the engine, the car only screeched and stalled. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel, muttering, "Damn it, this can't be happening." Through the misted-up windows, I saw that the figure was even closer now, its white eyes gleaming in the darkness, staring directly at us. With no other option, we ran through the rain, the wind whipping so hard that I nearly fell. Lucy cried loudly, her doll falling to the ground, but we couldn't stop. In front of us, through the thick rain, a strange house appeared. Not one we had seen in the town before. It was old, with rotting wooden walls, shattered windows, but weak light from a lantern seeped through the cracks in the door, like an invitation. My dad yelled, "Get in there!" We rushed inside, slammed the door shut, and stood there, gasping for breath, our clothes drenched. Inside, the air was freezing, the smell of dampness mixed with something foul, like the scent of something long dead. The lantern on the table flickered, casting light on walls scratched with strange symbols deeply carved into the wood. An old armchair sat in the middle of the room, but no one was there. The house was empty, or so we thought. Then the knocking started again, not from the outside, but from inside, from upstairs. My mom hugged Lucy tightly, whispering, "We shouldn't have come in here." My dad grabbed the flashlight and began to climb the creaky wooden stairs, each step creaking as if about to collapse. I followed, my legs trembling. Upstairs we found a closed door, and the knocking was coming from there. Slow, steady, like the rhythm of a death knell. My dad pushed open the door, and in the dim light, we saw it. A tall figure wearing a torn coat standing with its back to us, its long arms scraping against the walls. It turned around, its white eyes glowing fiercely, and a raspy hiss echoed. "You've come!" I screamed, pulling my dad down the stairs, but the figure didn't chase us immediately. It just stood there, its white eyes staring, as if savoring our fear. My mom and Lucy had already run to the front door, but when we got there, the door was locked from the outside, even though we had just entered. The knocking now echoed from all around the house, from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, as if dozens of invisible hands were knocking. My dad pounded the door, shouting, "Open up!" But it was useless. The figure slowly descended the stairs, each step causing the house to tremble, dust falling from the ceiling. That night, we discovered that the strange house wasn't real. It only appeared during the storm, and when dawn broke, it vanished along with the strange figure. But at that moment, it was all too real. The putrid smell from the figure filled the air, and its hiss echoed in my head. "Stay!" Lucy cried loudly, clinging to my mom, while I searched for an escape. I ran into a corner of the room, found a broken window, and screamed, "Get out!" My dad lifted Lucy through the window, then pushed my mom out. I followed, but when my dad tried to climb through, a cold hand grabbed his leg. I turned around and saw the figure right behind him, its long claws scraping into his skin, leaving streaks of blood. I yanked my dad's hand and we tumbled out, rolling into the wet ground. The figure didn't follow. It stood behind the window, its white eyes glowing fiercely, watching us run into the rain. We ran until we had no strength left, collapsing on a patch of sand near the beach. The storm still howled, but the strange house was now just a shadow in the rain, as if it had never existed. When the sun rose, we went back, and just as we had feared, there was no trace of the house, only an empty patch of land covered in weeds. But on my dad's hand, the scratch was still there, cold and unhealed, like a mark from that night. Locals later told us that the house only appeared during large storms, bringing with it the guide, an entity that hunts lost souls. After that night, my family never returned to that coastal town. My dad became quiet. The scratch on his hand never healed, always cold as ice. My mom often startled awake in the middle of the night, saying she heard knocking in her dreams. Lucy no longer played with her doll. She said the doll stared at her with white eyes. As for me, I carried with me an unshakable fear. Every time it rained, I heard that raspy hiss in my head like the figure's voice. A year later, I received a letter. No return address, just messy handwriting. "The storm is coming. Come back." I burned the letter, but that night, a heavy rain fell, and the knocking echoed from my window, slow, steady, like the night in the strange house. I looked outside, and through the rain, I saw it. The figure, standing in the road, its white eyes glowing fiercely, waving. I shut the curtains, but the next morning, I found a symbol carved into the door. A circle with strange winding lines, identical to the ones on the walls of the house. I decided to uncover the truth. I returned to the town and met an old woman who had lived through dozens of storms. She told me that the guide wasn't just a legend, it was a cursed entity, tied to the houses that appeared in storms, pulling lost souls into the abyss. She looked at the scratch on my hand, the one I didn't know when I had gotten, and whispered, "It has chosen you. The next storm will be the last." I didn't believe her, But since then, every time night falls, I hear footsteps outside my door. Last night, as I wrote these words, a heavy storm came through. The knocking began again, and through the crack in the door, I saw those white eyes. Looking in, a scrap of paper slid under the door. Come to me. I don't know if I can hide forever. The strange house is waiting, and the next storm will come. Would you dare enter? Under the brilliant stage lights, thousands of fans packed into the small stadium in a town in the eastern United States. The electric guitar of Joe Perry ripped through the air, blending with the powerful growl of Steven Tyler's voice. It was a sweltering summer night in the late 80s when Aerosmith, the legendary rock band, delivered a performance that shook this otherwise peaceful town. The crowd's ecstatic screams echoed endlessly, the smell of cigarettes, beer, and sweat mixing in the air, while the stage lights swept over the excited faces, creating a chaotic yet lively scene. For my parents, it was a night to remember, a great memory they would never forget, but also the beginning of a horrifying story they never wanted to recall. My parents have told me this story countless times throughout my life, and each time they tell it, I can feel the change in their voices, from the innocent joy when reminiscing about the concert to the fear creeping in as the story shifts to what happened afterward. Now, at 30 years old, I grew up with this story as a family legend, a tale I once thought was just an exaggeration to get me to sleep on time or stay away from deserted roads at night. Back then, when they were in their early 20s, my parents were avid Aerosmith fans. They met at one of the band's concerts a few years earlier, when my father, a tall, skinny guy with messy long hair and a torn t-shirt, accidentally spilled beer on my mother's shirt while dancing to Sweet Emotion. My mother, with her curly hair and bright eyes, laughed instead of getting angry, and from that moment, their shared love of music bonded them like a thread of fate. That concert wasn't a coincidence. They had planned it for weeks, meticulously, preparing it like a small adventure away from their routine lives filled with responsibility. My father worked at a car repair shop, where he spent the whole day turning wrenches and wiping grease from machines, while my mother helped at a small bakery, always busy with batches of bread and flour sticking to her hair. They saved every penny from their meager salaries to buy tickets, not the cheap ones in the back rows, but the ones close to the stage, where they could feel the rhythm of the music and the breath of the band. They drove their old 1972 Chevy Impala, a gift from my grandfather, from their hometown over 50 miles away to the stadium. The car whined whenever it went uphill, its paint chipped in several places. But to them, it was the freedom machine that took them to their rock and roll dreams. On the day of the concert, they left home in the afternoon, bringing a few cans of beer hidden in the trunk, a portable radio to play their favorite songs on the way, and the pair of tickets they had waited in line for since early morning. My father said he stood under the scorching sun for 3 hours, drenched in sweat. But when he finally got his hands on the tickets, he felt like he had won a treasure. My mother laughed as she recalled seeing him dancing in line, loudly singing, "Walk This Way," making everyone around him burst into laughter. They arrived at the stadium just as twilight fell, blending into the crowd. Girls in tight shirts, boys with long hair and leather jackets, all excited to see Aerosmith in person. When the concert started, the atmosphere exploded. Joey Kramer's drums thudded like the heartbeat of the crowd. Brad Whitford's guitar blended with Steven Tyler's emotive voice, and the stage lights swept through every corner, illuminating the faces immersed in the music. My parents stood near the stage, jostling with hundreds of others, but they didn't mind. They screamed along with every song, danced like there was no tomorrow, and felt the music's beat deep in their bones. My father said he screamed hoarse when Aerosmith played Back in the Saddle, while my mother held his hand, smiling brightly as they sang Dream On together under the dim lights. The smell of smoke, sweat, and beer filled the space, but to them, it was the scent of freedom, of youth, of unforgettable moments. The concert lasted nearly 3 hours, and when Dream On played as a heartfelt farewell, the crowd erupted into applause and whistles. My father hugged my mother, tightly, shouting over the noise, "This is the best night of my life." My mother laughed loudly, her curly hair matted with sweat, responding, "This isn't over. We'll remember this forever." They stood there, lost in the crowd, their ears ringing from the sound, their hearts still pounding with adrenaline, and a vague feeling of euphoria enveloping them. As the stage lights slowly faded, they held hands, stepped out of the crowd, still dizzy from the lingering echoes of the music and lights. But when the crowd rushed out to the parking lot, squeezing into the noisy horns and thick smoke, they decided not to head home right away. They wanted to extend this moment, enjoy a little freedom before returning to their everyday lives, with work and worries. My father looked at the jammed traffic on the highway, shook his head and said, "Why fight our way into that mess? Let's take another road, quicker and quieter." My mother, though tired, nodded in agreement, reclining in the passenger seat with a dreamy smile. "It's up to you, as long as we get home." It was around 1 a.m. when they started driving back, and instead of joining the traffic jam, my father chose a quiet country road, a shortcut he had heard about from a friend at the repair shop, cutting through endless cornfields and a sparse forest where the town's lights couldn't reach. The narrow, bumpy road crunched beneath the tires, and the moonless night sky cast a thick darkness over everything, like a curtain hiding secrets. The tall cornstalks swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound like the whisper of thousands of invisible voices. My mother turned on the portable radio, hoping to find an Aerosmith song to keep the mood going, but only static and broken melodies came through, the signal weakening as they ventured deeper into the remote area. My father hummed along to "Walk This Way," tapping the steering wheel to keep the cheerful spirit alive after the concert. But he stopped abruptly when my mother suddenly gripped his hand, her voice trembling. "Do you hear that?" He slowed down, tilted his head to listen, and immediately they realized something was wrong. The rustling wasn't just from the corn swaying in the wind. It was more regular, more rhythmic, like footsteps on dry ground, slow but steady, as if someone was walking beside them in the field. My father stopped the car completely, turned off the headlights to focus on listening, and in that quiet moment a new sound emerged. A low, raspy hiss, unlike the wind or any familiar animal sounds. It sounded like the breath of something alive, lurking somewhere in the darkness, and it was closer than they thought. My mother whispered, her voice shaky, "Is someone out there? Is someone playing around?" My father, with his curious and stubborn nature, didn't respond immediately. He opened the car door, stepped outside, and grabbed the old baseball bat he always kept under the seat, a habit from his high school days. He turned on the flashlight from the trunk, an old dim light, and aimed it at the cornfield beside the road. The light barely reached a few meters, blocked by the tall corn stalks, leaving the rest of the field hidden in thick darkness. He took a few steps forward, calling out loudly, "Is anyone there? Come out!" But only the wind responded, carrying with it a faint, foul odor, enough to make him grimace. Not the smell of earth or plants, but the stench of something that had been dead for a long time. My mother, still in the car, screamed, "Come back, don't be reckless!" But before my father could respond, he stopped dead in his tracks. Then they saw it, a pair of glowing eyes staring at them from the cornfield, bright as two small flames in the dark night, unmoving, unblinking, just staring with an eerie focus. The eyes were not low like an animal's. They were higher, at head level, and the light emanating from them wasn't a reflection from the flashlight. It was self-generated, as if they were their own light source, burning brightly in the darkness. My mother screamed from the car, panicked. "Get in! The car, hurry!" My father stood frozen for a moment, mesmerized by the eyes, as though they were pulling him into a trance-like state. He later said that in that moment, he felt a cold rush down his spine, not from the wind, but from something invisible, present right before him. The hissing grew louder, closer, and then they heard the sound of cornstalks snapping. Not from the wind, but from something moving through them, slowly but surely, heading toward them. My mother banged on the car door, screamed again, and, this time, my father snapped back to reality. He jumped into the car, slammed the door shut, and floored the accelerator, spinning the tires on the gravel before tearing down the road, leaving the cornfield and the glowing eyes behind. The Chevy sped down the road, the engine's roar drowning out the frantic pounding of their hearts. My father gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead, while my mother looked back through the rearview mirror, her hands trembling on the seat. Then she screamed again. "It's still there!" Through the rearview mirror, they saw those glowing eyes, no farther away, no closer, as if they were following them at a fixed distance, without needing to run, without haste, just there silently threatening. My father sped up, but the eyes didn't disappear. They lingered in the darkness, glowing like an eerie fire that would never go out, trailing them through every bend in the road. The road led them through a small forest, where the tall pine trees grew denser, blocking out all but a few scattered stars. The branches scraped against the car, making a ski-r sound like nails on a blackboard, and the dust from the road billowed up, obscuring their view through the windshield. My father later said that he felt an unnatural chill fill the car, even though the windows were closed and the heater was running. A coldness that wasn't natural, as though the air outside was being sucked away by something. My mother, trembling, clutched his hand, whispering, "It's still there. I can feel it. It's not leaving." They didn't dare look back, but the hissing sound now came not just from behind. It was coming from both sides of the road, from between the trees, as though not just one shadow but many were moving alongside them in the darkness. They drove in silence, no one daring to speak, only hearing the engine's hum and the hissing, now drawing closer, like a horrifying symphony enveloping them. My father gripped the steering wheel so hard that his knuckles turned white, trying to stay calm. But he admitted that at that moment he thought of the worst, that they would never escape, that this road had no end, only darkness and the glowing eyes forever trailing behind. My mother began to mumble a prayer, something she rarely did, her hands trembling as they clasped together, while my father focused on finding a way out, looking for some sign to bring them back to reality. The road seemed to stretch on forever, each turn leading them deeper into the darkness, and those glowing eyes still remained, never fading, never shifting. They passed over a gravel section where the tires slid slightly, making the Chevy sway, and my father had to slow down to keep the car from sliding into a ditch. He whispered, "Just get past this stretch, and we'll be fine." But my mother didn't answer. She just stared out the windshield, her eyes wide with fear, and then she grabbed his hand tighter. "Do you hear that? The scratching." My father turned his head, and sure enough, there it was. A sharp screeching sound like claws scraping against metal, not from the tires or the gravel, but from under the car, as if whatever was following them was now attached to them. He floored the accelerator again, trying to get past the gravel section, and the Chevy tore off, shaking violently on the uneven road. The scratching grew louder, more regular, like a deadly rhythm, and my mother screamed, "It's under the car! It's under the car!" My father gritted his teeth, shouted back, "Shut up and hold on!" He didn't want to be scared, didn't want to admit that he could hear it too. Not just the scratching, but the hissing, now so close, as though whatever it was breathing right outside the window. He glanced through the side mirror, and for a moment he saw it. A shadowy figure, tall and gliding beside the car in the darkness, its glowing white eyes shining, unblinking, never leaving. They drove over a small, rickety wooden bridge, shaking, under the weight of the car, crossing over a dry creek bed with jagged rocks below. The bridge creaked, as if it were about to collapse, but my father didn't slow down. He floored the pedal, hoping to get across before it gave way. When they reached the other side, he sighed in relief and turned to my mother. "It probably couldn't cross the water. They say those things are afraid of water, right?" He tried to find an explanation, a glimmer of hope, though his voice was shaky and unsure. My mother nodded weakly, but then she froze, pointing ahead. "Look!" Through the headlights, they saw another row of glowing eyes, not just one pair, but dozens, floating among the trees, blocking their path. My father slammed on the brakes, the Chevy skidding on the dirt, coming to a halt just a few meters from the row of eyes. The hissing now echoed from all around, from behind, from both sides, from ahead, like a deathly symphony surrounding them. My mother burst into tears, clutching her head. "We're not getting out. We're not getting out." My father, though terrified, tried to stay calm. He turned off the headlights, hoping the darkness would hide them, but the eyes remained, glowing, never fading, as if they didn't need light to see. They knew where they were. They could feel them. He whispered, "Don't panic. We'll figure this out." But before he could think of a plan, a new sound emerged. The noise of corn being crushed, the sound of earth being scraped, and from among the trees, a thin hand reached out from the darkness. It was unusually long, with wrinkled, blotchy skin, claws glinting in the faint light from the headlights. The hand didn't attack. It simply reached out slowly, dropping a crumpled piece of paper in front of the car, then retreated back into the darkness as if it had never appeared. My father looked at my mother, and they both sat in silence for a few seconds, only hearing the pounding of their hearts and the steady hissing from the unseen shadows. "Don't go outside," my mother pleaded, clutching his hand tighter. But my father, with his curious and reckless nature, whispered, "I need to see what it is." He opened the car door, stepped outside, the baseball bat in hand, though he knew it was useless against whatever was out there. He bent down to pick up the piece of paper, the flashlight, illuminating the faint, faded words written in black ink. "Follow." He walked back to the car, handed the paper to my mother, and she read it aloud, her voice trembling. "Follow? Follow what?" But before they could think, the hissing stopped. Suddenly, completely, leaving an eerie silence that made their skin crawl. The glowing eyes ahead slowly parted, opening a path through the trees, like an invitation or a trap. My father looked at my mother, and despite their fear, they knew there was no turning back. He turned the key, the engine roared to life again, and the Chevy slowly rolled forward into that path, moving through the darkness with dozens of eyes watching their every move. The road narrowed, the trees grew thicker, their branches scraping, the body of the car like invisible hands trying to hold them back. The whispers filled their minds. "Come here." My mother clutched the seat, murmuring, "What are we doing?" But they couldn't turn back. Behind them, the eyes had closed, blocking the way home. They drove through the forest, unsure of where they were heading, only knowing they were being guided by something beyond their understanding. The headlights swept across twisted tree trunks, fleeting shadows passing between the branches, but nothing clear, just vague shapes, towering, with claws hidden in the dark. After a few minutes of tension, the road opened up into a small clearing, a patch of overgrown grass, and in the center an old wooden house. The roof sagged halfway, the windows shattered, but from inside a faint light flickered like a candle ready to go out. My father stopped the car, turned off the engine, and they both sat still, staring at the house. "Should we go in?" my mother asked, her voice shaky. My father didn't answer immediately. He just stared at the piece of paper in his hand, the words, "Follow," now seeming brighter under the dim flashlight. They stepped out of the car, my father holding the bat, my mother clutching his hand, and they walked toward the house, their steps heavy as if bound by invisible chains. When they got closer, they smelled a putrid stench, the scent of damp earth, of decay, of something ancient and rotten. The wooden door creaked as they stepped through the threshold, the light from inside shining on their faces, revealing strange symbols carved into the walls, circles with curves, resembling claw marks. The old Chevy Impala was parked under the flickering light of a rundown gas station, the engine still hot after speeding down the dark country road. My father stood outside, his hand trembling as he gripped a baseball bat, the flashlight illuminating a strange figure at the edge of the forest, tall, gaunt, with glowing white eyes bright as two eerie flames suspended in the darkness. From inside the car, my mother screamed once more, "Get in the car, don't stand there!" Her voice was choked with fear, her hands banging against the window, as if trying to pull him back with sheer will. My father, though drawn to those eyes, finally snapped back to reality at her scream. He ran toward the driver's side door, jumped in, slammed the door with a resounding thud in the quiet night, and turned the key, hoping the engine would start immediately. The car screeched, tires spinning on the dry, dusty ground, leaving long streaks on the earth before it roared off, leaving the decaying gas station and the terrifying figure in the dark behind them. But my parents knew, they could feel it with a primal instinct, that they hadn't escaped. The glowing eyes didn't leave. They just watched, and as the Chevy sped down the narrow road leading out of the forest, the raspy screeching grew, louder, not fading but getting closer as though it didn't need to run to chase them, simply drifting along behind them in the night, defying speed or distance. My father, his face drenched in sweat, gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles went white, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, while my mother turned back to look through the rearview mirror, her hands trembling, clinging to the seat, her nails digging into the worn upholstery. "It's still there," my mother whispered, her voice choking, as if speaking louder would make it lunge at them. Through the rearview mirror, she saw those glowing eyes, unblinking, unyielding, suspended in the darkness at a fixed distance, like a reminder that they couldn't outrun it, that it could follow them anywhere. My father pressed the gas harder, the engine roaring, drowning out the frantic pounding of their hearts, but he didn't dare look back. He feared that if he did, he would see something worse than those eyes, something that could make him lose control and crash the car into a ditch. "Don't look," he said, his voice hoarse, almost commanding. "Just look straight ahead, we'll get back to town." But the road seemed to stretch endlessly, each turn taking them deeper into the darkness. And now the screeching wasn't just coming from behind. It echoed from both sides, from the midst of the pine trees, like a horrifying chorus surrounding them from every direction. My father shouted, trying to drown out the fear that was screaming in his chest. "Is anyone there? Come out if you dare!" He hoped it was just a prank, a group of drunk teens from the concert messing with them, but deep down he knew it wasn't. No one could make that sound. No one had eyes that bright. Only the wind answered, carrying with it a faint, rancid smell, fleeting but distinct, not the smell of earth or trees, but like something that had been dead for a long time, left to rot in the darkness. the stench of a forgotten corpse buried deep beneath the ground. My mother, curled up in the passenger seat, gripped his hand so tightly her nails dug into his skin, whispering, "Don't stop, no matter what, please." They didn't know what it was, a beast, a madman, or something worse, but they both felt a presence far beyond logic, something not from this world, not from the light. The road wound through the forest, the tall pines growing, denser, their branches interlacing into a black canopy that obscured the sky. The headlights of the Chevy swept over the twisted trunks, revealing strange shapes, like distorted faces carved into the bark, or invisible hands reaching out from the darkness. My father told himself it was just an illusion, a play of light and fear, but my mother didn't think so. She felt they were alive, watching, waiting. She whispered, "Do you see it? They're moving." My father shook his head, trying to keep his voice steady. "Don't imagine things. It's just the trees." But he heard it too. The sound of branches snapping, leaves rustling, not from the wind, but from something moving between them, parallel to them. They drove over a gravel stretch, where the tires slid slightly, making the Chevy wobble, and my father had to slow down to keep the car from veering off the road. The sound of gravel grinding beneath the tires rang sharply, blending with the engine's low growl, and my mother clutched the seat, whispering, "Hurry! Hurry!" My father gritted his teeth, pressed the gas again, and the car sped on, shaking violently on the bumpy road. But then they heard a new sound, the scraping, not from the tires or the gravel, but from beneath the car, loud and steady, like claws scraping metal. They could hear something scraping underneath the car, and my mother screamed, "It's under the car! It's under the car!" My father shouted back, "Stay calm, hold on tight." But he felt it too, the vibrations from the car's floor, as if whatever it was wasn't just chasing them, but was attached to them, pulling them back. He floored the accelerator, the Chevy tearing through a sharp curve, tires squealing on the dirt, and the scraping grew louder, like a deathly rhythm, accompanying them. My mother turned back, looking through the rearview mirror, and froze. "It's not under anymore, it's out there." Through the mirror, she saw the shape, no longer behind them, but standing just behind the car, those white eyes glowing, its gaunt hands reaching up, pointing directly at the house. My father glanced to the side mirror, and for a moment, he saw it clearly. The mottled, wrinkled skin, the long, abnormal arms with curling claws, and the distorted face with a wide crack in place of a mouth. It didn't move its feet. It glided, like a smokeless ghost, but its eyes never left them, unblinking, unwavering. They drove across a small wooden bridge, creaking under the weight of the car, crossing a dry creek bed with jagged rocks beneath. The bridge groaned as if it were about to collapse, but my father didn't slow down. He floored the gas, hoping to get across before it gave way. When they reached the other side, he sighed in relief and turned to my mother with a weak smile. "It probably can't cross the water. They say those things are afraid of water, right?" He tried to find a reasonable explanation, a glimmer of hope to ease the fear pounding in their heads, but my mother didn't respond. She just stared through the windshield, her face pale, and then she gripped his hand tighter, whispering, "Look." My father looked up, and through the headlights they saw the terrifying sight. Dozens of other glowing eyes appeared among the trees ahead, hovering in the darkness, blocking their way like a living wall, not just one shape anymore, but many, far more. Those bright, unblinking eyes glowing like eerie flames, lined up across the road, preventing them from going forward. My father slammed on the brakes, the Chevy skidding on the dirt, coming to a stop just a few meters from the row of eyes, the tires leaving long streaks on the ground. The screeching now echoed from all around, from behind, from both sides, from ahead, like a death march surrounding them, growing louder, getting closer, as if the whole forest had come alive to trap them. My mother burst into tears, clutching her head, murmuring, "We're not getting out. We're not getting out." Her voice choked, tears streaming down her face, and my father, though terrified, still tried to stay calm. He turned off the headlights, hoping the darkness would hide them, but the eyes stayed glowing, never fading, as if they didn't need light to see. They knew where they were, they could feel them. "They know we're here," my mother whispered, her voice filled with despair. My father squeezed her hand, trying to say something comforting. "Don't panic, we'll figure this out." But his voice was shaky, and he knew there was no way out, trapped between the bridge behind and the eyes ahead, with no escape. They sat still in the car, not daring to move, only hearing the steady screeching from the unseen shadows and the pounding of their own hearts. My father glanced around the car, looking for anything they could use as a weapon other than the baseball bat, a folding knife in the glove compartment, an empty beer can in the seat pocket, but he knew they were useless. He whispered, "If they wanted to attack, they would have by now. They want something else." My mother shook her head, tears still falling. "They want us scared. They're playing with us." And then, as if to confirm her words, a new sound emerged. The sound of grass being bent, the earth being scraped, slowly but surely, from among the trees ahead. My father turned on the headlights again, the light sweeping across the trees, and they saw a thin hand reach out from the darkness. It was unusually long, with wrinkled, blotchy skin like tree bark, claws curling sharply in the faint light, glowing like blades. The hand didn't attack, didn't lunge. It just slowly reached out, dropping a crumpled piece of paper in front of the car, then retreated back into the darkness as if it had never appeared, leaving the paper lying still on the ground. My father looked at my mother, and they both sat in silence for a few seconds, only hearing the pounding of their hearts and the steady screeching from the unseen figures. "Don't go outside," my mother begged, gripping his hand tighter, her nails digging into his skin until it bled. But my father, with his curious and reckless nature, whispered, "I have to see what it is. It might be a clue to escape." He opened the car door, stepped outside, the baseball bat in hand, though he knew it was useless against whatever was out there. The cold air bit into his skin, carrying with it the same foul stench, damp earth, decay, the smell of something ancient and rotten seeping into every breath. He took slow, heavy steps, his feet dragging like they were bound by invisible chains, and bent down to pick up the paper, the flashlight illuminating the faint, faded words written in black ink. "Follow." He stood still, staring at the words, and in that moment, he felt a cold rush down his spine, as if whatever it was standing right behind him. He turned back to the car, handed the paper to my mother, and she read it aloud, her voice trembling. "Follow? Follow what?" But before they could think, the screeching stopped, suddenly, completely, leaving a chilling silence that made their skin crawl. The glowing eyes ahead slowly parted, opening a path through the trees, like a narrow road leading into deeper darkness. My father looked at my mother, and despite their fear, they knew there was no turning back. Behind them was the creaking bridge. Ahead was the only path, though it could be a trap. He whispered, "Together, okay?" My mother nodded, tears streaming down her face, and he turned the key, the engine roaring to life again. The Chevy slowly moved into that path, rolling through the darkness with dozens of eyes watching their every move. The road narrowed, the trees grew thicker, their branches scraping against the body of the car like invisible hands trying to hold them back, leaving deep scratches on the peeling paint. The whispers filled their heads, not from the outside, but like an invading thought. "Come here," my mother screamed. "Can't you hear it? It's speaking in my head." My father nodded, his face pale. "I hear it too." He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, trying to keep the car on course, but his hands were shaking, and he felt an invisible pressure pressing on his chest, as if the air in the car was being sucked away. They drove through the forest, not knowing where they were headed, only knowing they were being led by something beyond their understanding. The headlights swept over the twisted trunks, revealing fleeting shadows passing between the branches. Nothing clear, just vague shapes, towering, with claws hidden in the darkness like silent ghosts watching. My father said he felt a heavy presence, not just from the outside but far, from behind, from both sides, from ahead. Like a death march surrounding them, growing louder, getting closer, as if the whole forest had come alive to trap them. My mother burst into tears, clutching her head, murmuring, "We're not getting out. We're not getting out." Her voice choked, tears streaming down her face, and my father, though terrified, still tried to stay calm. He turned off the headlights, hoping the darkness would hide them, but the eyes stayed glowing, never fading, as if they didn't need light to see. They knew where they were, they could feel them. "They know we're here," my mother whispered, her voice filled with despair. My father squeezed her hand, trying to say something comforting. "Don't panic, we'll figure this out." But his voice was shaky, and he knew there was no way out, trapped between the bridge behind and the eyes ahead with no escape. They sat still in the car, not daring to move, only hearing the steady screeching from the unseen shadows and the pounding of their own hearts. My father glanced around the car, looking for anything they could use as a weapon other than the baseball bat, a folding knife in the glove compartment, an empty beer can in the seat pocket, but he knew they were useless. He whispered, "If they wanted to attack, they would have by now. They want something else." My mother shook her head, tears still falling. "They want us scared. They're playing with us." And then, as if to confirm her words, a new sound emerged. The sound of grass being bent, the earth being scraped, slowly but surely, from among the trees ahead. My father turned on the headlights again, the light sweeping across the trees, and they saw a thin hand reach out from the darkness. It was unusually long, with wrinkled, blotchy skin like tree bark, claws curling sharply in the faint light, glowing like blades. The hand didn't attack, didn't lunge. It just slowly reached out, dropping a crumpled piece of paper in front of the car, then retreated back into the darkness as if it had never appeared, leaving the paper lying still on the ground. My father looked at my mother, and they both sat in silence for a few seconds, only hearing the pounding of their hearts and the steady screeching from the unseen figures. "Don't go outside," my mother begged, gripping his hand tighter, her nails digging into his skin until it bled. But my father, with his curious and reckless nature, whispered, "I have to see what it is. It might be a clue to escape." He opened the car door, stepped outside, the baseball bat in hand, though he knew it was useless against whatever was out there. The cold air bit into his skin, carrying with it the same foul stench, damp earth, decay, the smell of something ancient and rotten, seeping into every breath. He took slow, heavy steps, his feet dragging like they were bound by invisible chains, and bent down to pick up the paper, the flashlight illuminating the faint, faded words written in black ink. "Follow." He stood still, staring at the words. And in that moment, he felt a cold rush down his spine, as if whatever it was standing right behind him. He turned back to the car, handed the paper to my mother, and she read it aloud, her voice trembling. Follow? Follow what? But before they could think, the screeching stopped, suddenly, completely, leaving a chilling silence that made their skin crawl. The glowing eyes ahead slowly parted, opening a path through the trees, like a narrow road leading into deeper darkness. My father looked at my mother, and despite their fear, they knew there was no turning back. Behind them was the creaking bridge. Ahead was the only path, though it could be a trap. He whispered, "Together, okay?" My mother nodded, tears streaming down her face, and he turned the key, the engine roaring to life again. The Chevy slowly moved into that path, rolling through the darkness with dozens of eyes watching their every move. The road narrowed. The trees grew thicker, their branches scraping against the body of the car like invisible hands trying to hold them back, leaving deep scratches on the peeling paint. The whispers filled their heads, not from the outside, but like an invading thought. "Come here." My mother screamed, "Can't you hear it? It's speaking in my head." My father nodded, his face pale. "I hear it too." He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, trying to keep the car on course, but his hands were shaking, and he felt an invisible pressure pressing on his chest, as if the air in the car was being sucked away. They drove through the forest, not knowing where they were headed, only knowing they were being led by something beyond their understanding. The headlights swept over the twisted trunks, revealing fleeting shadows passing between the branches. Nothing clear, just vague shapes, towering, with claws hidden in the darkness, like silent ghosts watching. My father said he felt a heavy presence, not just from the outside, but from within the car. It felt as though it had seeped into the very space, into their thoughts. My mother said she heard laughter, not loud, not clear, but like an echo from afar, cold and hollow, as if the forest was mocking them. The road led them through a small clearing in the forest where the trees thinned, revealing an overgrown patch of grass and cracked earth. In the middle of the clearing, an old wooden house appeared, the roof sagging halfway, the walls rotting, covered in moss, the windows shattered with jagged glass like the teeth of a monster. But from inside, a faint light flickered, like a candle about to go out, casting a weak glow on the clearing, highlighting strange symbols carved into the walls, circles with curves, resembling claw marks, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. My father stopped the car a few meters from the house, turned off the engine, and they both sat still, staring at the dilapidated structure, too afraid to breathe. "Should we go in?" my mother asked, her voice trembling, her hands clutching the seat like she was holding on for dear life. My father didn't answer immediately. He just stared at the piece of paper in his hand, the words "follow" now seeming brighter under the flashlight, like they had been rewritten with fresh ink. He felt an unusual pull toward the house, not curiosity, but an invisible force, as though it was calling him, commanding him. My mother whispered, "I don't want to go in. I don't want to..." But before she could say more, the screeching sounded again, not from outside the house, but from within, from above, low and steady, like the breath of something alive, waiting. They stood still, looking at each other, and then the sound of footsteps emerged, slow, steady, from the old wooden stairs in the corner of the room. They weren't hasty, they weren't frantic, but they had a rhythm, like a drumbeat building to a crescendo, each step causing the floor to tremble beneath them. My father raised the baseball bat, turning to my mother. "Stay here, I'll check it out." But my mother shook her head, gripping his hand tight. "No, come with me." "I won't stay alone." They looked at each other, and though they were scared, they knew splitting up would be even more dangerous. My father nodded, leading my mother toward the stairs, each step creaking beneath them, and the flashlight illuminated the steps, revealing wet, muddy prints, not from their shoes, but as if they had been brought from deep underground. The weak light from my father's flashlight trembled as it illuminated the tall figure standing in the middle of the empty room on the second floor of the old wooden house. Its white, glowing eyes shone brightly, reflected in the shattered mirror hanging on the wall, like two eerie flames piercing through the dense darkness. My father raised the baseball bat, gripping it so tightly his knuckles turned white, ready to face whatever came next, while my mother clung to his hand, her breath rapid and shallow, her eyes wide with fear. A whisper echoed in their heads. "You have arrived." Not a sound coming from the figure's mouth, but like a stream of thoughts invading their minds, cold and empty, making both of them feel exposed to something incomprehensible, something they could not fight against. My father stood still, his eyes fixed on the figure, trying to keep his voice steady. "Who are you? What do you want?" He shouted, hoping his voice would shatter the suffocating silence, but the figure didn't respond. It merely tilted its head, slowly, steadily, as if evaluating them with a cold curiosity. In the faint light from the flashlight, they could see more clearly. Its wrinkled, blotchy skin resembled rotting tree bark, its unusually long arms dangling with sharp, curled claws, barely hidden beneath tattered skin. And the face, if it could be called a face, was deformed, with a wide crack where the mouth should have been. No lips, no teeth, just a black hole, like a portal to endless darkness. My mother whispered, her voice faltering with terror. "It's not human. It's not human." She stepped back, pulling my father's hand. But before she could say anything more, the figure took a step forward, the wooden floor creaking under its weight, as if it were much heavier than its gaunt frame. The forest was pitch black except for those eyes, and even though they were inside the house, the darkness from the outside seemed to pour in, engulfing the room like a living curtain, thick and suffocating. The raspy screeching returned, no longer a whisper in their heads but emanating from the figure itself, low and steady, like the breath of something that had died long ago but still moved, still lived in some strange way. My father stepped back, pulling my mother with him, but he tripped over a broken piece of wood on the floor, nearly falling, the bat in his hand shaking as he tried to steady himself. My mother screamed, "Run!" Her voice echoed in the empty space. But before they could turn to the stairs, the door they had just passed through slammed shut, no wind, no one pushing it, and the sound of the lock clicking into place rang out, as if the house had sealed them inside, turning it into a living trap. My father rushed to the door, hitting it with the bat, shouting, open up now!" He hit it with all his strength, each blow making the wooden frame tremble, but the door didn't budge, as if held back by an invisible force stronger than human strength. The screeching from the figure now grew louder, closer, reverberating, behind them, and my mother turned back, clutching my father. "It's coming. It's coming." My father stopped hitting the door, turned to face the figure, raised the bat once more, though his hand trembled uncontrollably. "What do you want?" he roared, his voice mixed with fear and anger, but the figure didn't answer. It just stood there a few meters away, and for the first time it made a different sound, not the screeching, but a laugh, low and hoarse, like the echo from a deep well, cold and hollow. My mother clutched my father, tears streaming down her pale face. "It's playing with us. It's not going to let us go." She felt an invisible pressure on her chest, as if the air in the room was being sucked away, leaving a suffocating void. My father tried to stay calm, scanning the room with the flashlight, looking for any escape, a window, a crack, anything. But the rotting wooden walls seemed shut tight, with not a single ray of light from the outside seeping in. The figure raised one hand, its long claws just barely visible in the flashlight's light, and pointed at the shattered mirror hanging on the wall. A dilapidated mirror, its edges cracked, covered in dust, yet still reflecting clearly. My father shone the flashlight in that direction, and through the mirror, they saw not only the figure in front of them, but dozens of other figures. Tall, gaunt, with bright, glowing eyes, standing silently in the reflection, like a silent army waiting in a parallel world. But when he looked around the room again, there was no one else. Only the single figure standing before them, motionless, its glowing eyes unwavering. My mother whispered, her voice trembling, "The mirror. It's showing us something." She stepped closer, despite my father's attempts to pull her back, and stared into the mirror, her eyes wide with terror. My father screamed, "Don't look! Don't let it into your head!" But it was too late. My mother froze, screamed loudly, and collapsed to the floor. My father rushed to catch her, turning to look at the mirror, and he saw what she had seen. Among the figures, their own faces appeared, not as they were now, but distorted, pale, with the same white glowing eyes as the others, staring back at him through the cracked glass. He screamed, turned his face away, and held my mother tightly. "No, it's not real!" My mother cried out, clutching her head. "I see myself in there. I see us." My father pulled her to her feet, shouting at the figure, "What are you doing to her? Stop!" But the figure just tilted its head again, and the hoarse laughter grew louder, as if it were enjoying their fear, feeding off it. My father couldn't take it anymore. He charged forward, swinging the baseball bat with all his strength, aiming straight at the figure. But the blow passed right through it, as if it had no substance, and the bat slammed into the wall, breaking off a large chunk of wood, sending an oomph echoing through the room. My father staggered, nearly falling, and the figure didn't react. It just stood there, motionless, its glowing white eyes burning into him as though the strike meant nothing but a joke. My mother pulled him back, screaming, "It's useless! It's not real! It's not here!" But then the floor shook. Not lightly but strongly, like a small earthquake, dust falling from the ceiling like rain, coating their hair and shoulders. From beneath the floor, dark wet stains began to seep up, not from rain or damp earth, but black and cold, spreading like blood from a massive wound. My father scanned the floor with the flashlight, and he saw the dark streaks moving, not randomly, but with purpose, forming circles and curved lines like symbols on the wall, as if a living language was writing itself right before their eyes. My mother screamed, "Where is it from? What is it doing?" But before my father could answer, the screeching rang out from all over the house, from the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, like there wasn't just one figure but dozens, hundreds, hiding in every crack of this dilapidated structure, waiting for the moment to reveal itself. My father scanned the room with the flashlight, the light landing on thin hands reaching out from cracks in the walls, not attacking, not touching them, just rising, the long claws curling in the dark, as if waiting for a signal. They grew from everywhere, from the corner walls, from the ceiling, from cracks in the floor. Long, abnormal, their skin wrinkled and mottled, and each hand was motionless like living statues hanging in space. My mother screamed, "They're everywhere! They're everywhere!" She hugged my father, tears running down her face, and my father pulled her back, searching for a way out. But the door was still locked tight, and the stairs were now blocked by those hands, reaching out from the darkness like a living web, blocking the way down. My father screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. "We have to break the door." He rushed forward again, hitting the door with the bat with all his remaining strength, each blow making the wooden frame tremble, but it still didn't budge. He hit harder, shouting, "Open up! Open up!" But each strike only made the door shake without breaking the lock, as though an invisible force was holding it in place. My mother, in panic, ran to the shattered window in the corner of the room, looking outside, and she froze, her eyes wide with horror. Through the cracked glass, she saw the forest outside was no longer a forest. It had vanished, replaced by an endless void, with hundreds of glowing white eyes suspended in the darkness, staring at them, glowing like a sea of eerie stars surrounding them from all sides. She turned back screaming, "There's no way out! It's not the forest anymore." Her voice broke, and my father rushed to look, peering through the broken glass, his face pale. No more trees, no more road, no more Chevy. Just endless darkness and those glowing eyes, suspended like unquenchable flames, staring straight at them with terrifying patience. He whispered, "What the hell is happening?" But before my mother could answer, the figure in the room stepped closer, and this time it raised both hands, the long claws pointing directly at them, like a silent threat. My father pushed my mother behind him, raising the bat again, though he knew it was useless against this. "Don't come closer!" he screamed, his voice hoarse from exhaustion and fear. But the figure didn't stop. It took another step, slowly, steadily, each step making the floor creak. And when it was only a few feet away, it stopped, tilted its head once more, its glowing white eyes burning straight into him, as if that blow meant nothing but a joke. The whisper echoed in their heads louder than ever. "You belong here." My mother screamed, clutching my father, and in that moment, the floor cracked open, not shattering, but splitting into a narrow, deep chasm, and from beneath, a cold gust of air rose, carrying the same foul stench of damp earth, decay, and something older than time. My father pulled my mother back, away from the crack, but the floor continued to tremble, and the hands from the walls now reached further, nearly touching them, the claws just visible in the flashlight's light. He screamed, "We have to get out of here." He turned back to the door, hitting it again with all his remaining strength, but the door still didn't budge. He hit harder, shouting, "Open up! Open up!" But each strike only made the door shake without breaking the lock, as though an invisible force was holding it in place. My mother, in panic, ran to the shattered window in the corner of the room, looking outside, and she froze, her eyes wide with horror. Through the cracked glass, she saw the forest outside was no longer a forest. It had vanished, replaced by an endless void, with hundreds of glowing white eyes suspended in the darkness, staring at them, glowing like a sea of eerie stars surrounding them from all sides. She turned back screaming, "There's no way out! It's not the forest anymore." Her voice broke, and my father rushed to look, peering through the broken glass, his face pale. No more trees, no more road, no more Chevy. Just endless darkness and those glowing eyes, suspended like unquenchable flames, staring straight at them with terrifying patience. He whispered, "What the hell is happening?" But before my mother could answer, the figure in the room stepped closer, and this time it raised both hands, the long claws pointing directly at them, like a silent threat. My father pushed my mother behind him, raising the bat again, though he knew it was useless against this. "Don't come closer!" he screamed, his voice hoarse from exhaustion and fear. But the figure didn't stop. It took another step, slowly, steadily, each step making the floor creak. And when it was only a few feet away, it stopped, tilted its head once more, its glowing white eyes burning straight into him, as if that blow meant nothing but a joke. The whisper echoed in their heads louder than ever. "You belong here," my mother screamed, clutching my father, and in that moment, the floor cracked open, not shattering, but splitting into a narrow, deep chasm, and from beneath, a cold gust of air rose, carrying the same foul stench of damp earth, decay, and something older than time. My father pulled my mother back away from the crack, but the floor continued to tremble, and the hands from the walls now reached further, nearly touching them, the claws just visible in the flashlight's light. He screamed, "We have to get out of here." He turned back to the door, hitting it again with all his remaining strength, but the door still didn't budge. The old Chevy Impala tore down the dark forest road, the tires grinding on dirt and gravel, leaving the forest and the terrifying wooden house in the darkness behind them, like a nightmare fading away. My father floored the accelerator, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white, sweat running down his forehead. His eyes glued to the road ahead, as if looking away for even a second would make the figure appear right in front of the windshield. My mother huddled in the passenger seat, clutching her head, her breath shallow, her hands trembling as she held onto the seat, her nails digging into the frayed fabric. The engine roared, drowning out the pounding of their hearts, and when the lights from the distant town appeared through the sparse trees, my father whispered, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, "We made it." But my mother didn't answer. She just stared out the window, her face pale, her eyes empty, as though she was still trapped in that house, still hearing the cold whisper, "You belong here." They made it back to the car and drove like hell, and throughout the rest of the journey, neither of them said a word, not a question, not a word of comfort, just the heavy silence enveloping them, as though speaking would bring the terror to life again. They didn't dare look in the rearview mirror, didn't dare check if the figure with those white eyes was still following them, even though they both felt an invisible presence lurking somewhere, like a ghost that would never leave. My father told me later that he felt an unnatural coldness inside the car, even though the heater was running. A cold that wasn't natural, as if the air had been tainted by something from the forest. My mother said she still heard the whisper, "You belong here," echoing in her mind, even though the screeching from the forest had stopped, leaving a suffocating emptiness in her thoughts. The forest road began to widen, leading them through sparse cornfields, where the trees swayed in the night wind, creating rustling sounds like whispers from thousands of unseen voices. The headlights swept over tall corn stalks, revealing shadows fleeting between the rows. Nothing clear, just vague shapes, like an illusion formed by light and fear. My father tried to focus on the road, whistling an old tune to keep calm, but his whistle faltered, weak, and eventually stopped when my mother squeezed his hand and whispered, "Do you hear it? The scratching." He slowed down, tilted his head to listen, and indeed, there was a sound, high-pitched and shrill, like claws scraping metal, coming from beneath the car, faint but steady, like a reminder that they hadn't truly escaped. My father hit the gas again. The Chevy sped forward, tires grinding on gravel, but the scratching didn't stop. It followed them through every turn, every bumpy stretch, like a deathly rhythm clinging to them. My mother turned back, looking through the rearview mirror, and she froze. "It's still there. I see it." Through the mirror she saw the glowing white eyes hanging in the darkness, neither closer nor farther, like a ghostly flame that never went out, watching them with a terrifying patience. My father screamed, "Don't look, just keep looking ahead." But he too glanced through the side mirror, and for a moment he saw the figure, tall, gaunt, gliding along the car like a living wisp, its glowing eyes unblinking, unwavering. When they reached the edge of town, the sky began to lighten. The pale dawn slowly chased away the darkness, bringing a little warmth to the familiar road home. My father stopped the car in front of a small diner on the roadside, where a few trucks were parked, and the smell of coffee wafted out from the open window, a familiar scent, mundane, completely contrasting the stench from the wooden house. Wow. Turned off the engine, turned to my mother, gently took her hand. "Are you okay?" She nodded, but her eyes were still frantic, and she whispered, "I'm not sure. I still hear it." They walked into the diner, ordered 2 black coffees, and sat in silence in the corner, watching people come and go. The truck drivers, with tired faces, the servers chatting away, normal people starting their day without knowing what had happened that night. My father later told me that he tried to stay calm in front of my mother, but when he held the coffee cup, his hand shook, so badly that some spilled onto the scratched wooden table, leaving brown streaks. He watched the people passing by, trying to regain a sense of safety in the familiar sounds. The clink of cups, the laughter of the servers, the radio playing an old song. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. My mother just stared at her coffee cup, not drinking, only gripping it to feel its warmth, as if to confirm that they had really escaped, that this wasn't another terrifying dream. They didn't talk about it, not the figure, not the white eyes, not the wooden house as though speaking of it, the corner of the garage, covered in dust, shaking lightly, though no one had touched it. I approached, knelt down, and under the car, I found a new scratch, cold to the touch, deeper than the old one my father had described, as though it had been carved by sharp claws from a hand that didn't belong to this world. I turned back to the house, my heart pounding, and when I looked through the window, I saw a pair of white eyes floating outside, staring directly at me, not blinking, not leaving, just looking, like a silent invitation pulling me into the darkness. My parents had once escaped. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, listening to every sound in the house, and every gust of wind through the window made me jump, thinking it was the same rasping sound from the forest. I wondered if my parents knew, if they felt that presence returning, not just for them but for me, like a curse passed down from one generation to the next. I didn't dare tell them, didn't dare break the fragile peace they had built. But deep down, I knew that terrifying night was not just in the past. It was part of us, a scar that would never heal. And that figure, with its white eyes, was still waiting, patient and immortal, in the darkness of the forest. The dim light from the garage flickered over the old Chevy Impala, now covered in a thick layer of dust in the corner of the house, after many years of neglect, like an artifact of the past left behind by my parents. Last night, when I heard the slow tapping from the garage, steady, cold, as if someone were scratching metal with their fingernails, I rushed downstairs, turned on the bright fluorescent lights, and found a new scratch under the car, deeper and colder than anything my father had ever described, as though it had been carved by a hand not from this world. Through the window I saw the white eyes hovering outside, glowing in the darkness, staring directly at me, unblinking, unwavering, just watching, like a silent invitation pulling me into a darkness I had never stepped into. I closed the curtains, my heart pounding, and from that moment, I knew that my parents' story was not just the past. It had come for me, and perhaps it had never truly left. My parents have told this story to me numerous times throughout my life, and every time they did, I could see the fear in their eyes. Not a fleeting fear, but a deep scar etched into their souls from that night after the Aerosmith concert, a night they once thought was the peak of their youth, only to realize it was the beginning of a curse. I, now 30 years old, living alone in a small house a few miles outside town, grew up with this story as a family legend, a warning that I once thought was just their way of scaring me into staying away from lonely roads at night. But now, as I begin to dig deeper, searching for the truth behind their tales, I realize it is not just a story. It is an invisible thread connecting them to me, a living darkness reaching out from the past to touch the present. After seeing the white eyes outside the window last night, I couldn't sleep, not because of exhaustion, but because the fear had seeped into every cell, making me lie awake in bed, eyes wide open, listening to every small sound in the house. The wind blowing through the window, the ticking of the clock on the wall, the creaking of the wooden floor under its own weight. Everything became suspect, as if any of these sounds could be the sign that it was coming back. I turned on the table lamp, hoping the light would chase away the darkness, but it only highlighted the corners of the room, those spaces where I thought I saw shadows fleeting by, though they weren't real. And then, sometimes, I thought I could hear the same rasping sound from far away, exactly like what my mother had described. Low and steady, like the breath of something living in the dark. I decided to rummage through my parents' old belongings. In the basement, a damp, earthy-smelling space filled with the scent of soil and rotting wood, where they kept things from their youth in old wooden boxes. I opened a small, dust-covered box and found pieces of their past. Black and white photos from their early dates, faded movie tickets, a leather bracelet my father once wore, and a few other odds and ends. At the bottom of the box, I found a crumpled piece of paper with scrawled writing, "Come back." It was the same paper my mother had found under the door after that terrifying night, and just looking at it made my heart race, as if it carried a piece of the darkness they had faced. Held the piece of paper, and immediately, a cold chill ran through my hand. Not from the dampness of the basement air, but from the paper itself. Cold as ice, as if it weren't paper, but a fragment of something alive. I smelled a faint, rotten odor, not the smell of old paper or mold, but of damp earth, of decay, of the wooden house my parents had once entered. I dropped it to the floor, my heart pounding, and when I looked again, the words, "Come back," seemed brighter, as though they had been rewritten in fresh ink, dark and wet, as if freshly written. I took a lighter from my pocket, set it on fire immediately, and the flame erupted, but the smoke rose thick and heavy, carrying with it a faint whisper, "You belong here." I coughed violently, ran up the stairs, slammed the basement door, but the smell of smoke still clung to me, soaking into my clothes, my hair, like a mark that couldn't be erased. I didn't tell my parents. They had been through enough, and I didn't want to pull them back into that nightmare, didn't want to break the fragile peace they had built after all these years. But I couldn't ignore it. The fear wouldn't let me forget, and the curiosity, mixed with a bit of recklessness I inherited from my father, pushed me to learn more. I started researching, driving to the town library on a rainy morning where the old shelves were covered in dust and the smell of old paper mingled with the coffee scent from the librarian's machine. I sifted through old newspapers, local history books, and asked the older people, those who had lived here before I was born, those who might know about the old way, the country road my parents had driven down that night. I met Edith, an old lady who had worked at the post office and was now retired, with silver hair and shaky hands from old age. She sat in a chair in the corner of the library, knitting slowly, and when I asked her about the old way, her expression changed from gentle to cold, as if I had touched a memory she wanted to bury. She whispered, "That road's been there since before this town was built. They call it the old way because it wasn't made by man. It's always been there, cutting through the woods and fields, like a scar on the land. People say something lives there, not human, not animal. It shows up at night, takes those who get lost and marks them with white eyes." I asked, What does it take them for? She stopped knitting, looked straight at me. No one knows, but those who survive, they never come back the same. They hear the screeching, they see the signs, and in the end, they go back. Not because they want to, but because they have to. I forced a smile, trying to act like I didn't believe her. It's just folk tales, right? But she shook, her head, her gaze sharp. If you're asking about it, maybe you've already been marked. Have you seen it? The eyes, the tapping? I froze, didn't answer, but inside I knew she was right. Scratches under the car, eyes outside the window, whispers in my head. All signs, all threads pulling me back to the old way. She whispered, "Don't go down that road, no matter how curious you are. It won't let anyone go." I thanked her, left the library, but her words didn't leave my mind. They rooted themselves, like a seed of fear beginning to sprout. I found an old newspaper article from 1963 in the library's archives, faded but still readable, about a group of young people who went missing after driving through the old way on their way back from a rock concert. Their car was found in the forest, unharmed, but empty, with strange scratches underneath the car, unexplainable by any tools. The article read, "The police found no footprints or signs of a struggle, just strange scratches, as if carved by claws. Locals believe the area is cursed by an ancient entity, and those who pass through at night will never escape." I read it over and over, each word like a dagger to my heart. It was exactly like my parents' story, exactly like what was happening to me, like a terrifying loop with no end. I returned home, carrying the article and my notes, sat in the living room, staring out the window with empty eyes. That night, I heard the tapping again. Not from the garage, but from the front door. Slow, steady, like a drumbeat leading to death, echoing in the quiet space of the house. I stood up, trembling, grabbed a flashlight, and opened the door. No, one was there, just another piece of paper lying on the porch, scrawled with the words, "The concert isn't over." I looked at the clock. It was 1 a.m. I froze, my heart pounding, and when I peered through the curtain I saw the white eyes. Not just one pair, but dozens, floating outside, glowing in the darkness, staring directly at me like a silent army, hiding. I ran upstairs, locked the door, curled up on the bed trying to stay calm, but the tapping wouldn't stop. It moved from the front door to the window, then to the ceiling, as if it were surrounding me from all sides. I turned on the light, hoping the light would chase it away, but the bulb flickered and then went out, leaving me in the dark, only the faint light from the flashlight illuminating the walls. The rasping sound came again, not from outside the house but from inside my head, clear and cold. "Come back! Come back!" I screamed, holding my head. "Stop! Leave me alone!" But it didn't stop. It grew icy, louder, stronger, like an irresistible call pulling me out of the bed, out of the house, back to the old way. I called my parents even though it was late, and my mother's voice trembled on the phone. "What do you see? What do you hear?" I told her, scratches, the eyes, the tapping, and she started crying. "It never left. It's waiting for us and now it wants you." My father grabbed the phone, his voice firm but full of concern. "Don't go back no matter what. Don't go down that road." But I heard the desperation in his voice. He knew, just like I did, that that warning was useless. It didn't need me to go. It would come. Just like it came for them. Just like it marked them. And now it was coming for me. That night, I dreamt I was standing in the middle of the forest, in front of the old wooden house. Its roof collapsed, its windows shattered. The door opened, and the tall figure stepped out, those white eyes glowing, raising its hand to wave me forward with terrifying patience. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. They were as heavy as lead, and I felt an invisible force, pulling me towards it step by step, even though my heart screamed in my chest. I heard the whisper, "The concert isn't over. You belong here." When I woke up, I saw a symbol carved into the wall of my room, a circle with curved lines, like a claw mark, cold to the touch as if it had been carved while I slept. I screamed, ran out of the room, but the tapping followed. From the walls, from the floor, from everywhere in the house, like a never-ending horrifying symphony. I decided to face it, not because I wanted to, but because I knew I couldn't run forever. I couldn't live with the fear gnawing at me every day. I drove down the old way on a moonless night, just like the night my parents drove, when the sky was as black as a curtain hiding all light. The road was the same, narrow, bumpy, with cornstalks swaying in the wind and the sparse forest. Ahead, where the darkness seemed alive, moving, I stopped the car at the edge of the road, got out, holding the flashlight and a folding knife. Not to fight, but to feel like I still had some control, even though I knew it was useless against this. The screeching came immediately from the field, from the woods, from everywhere. Louder, closer, like a deathly rhythm greeting me. I screamed, "What do you want? Leave us alone." My voice echoed in the silent space, but only laughter answered. Low, hoarse, like an echo from a place without life, from a deep well with no bottom. I swept the flashlight around me, and then I saw them. Dozens of pairs of white eyes glowing in the darkness, surrounding me from every side, floating between the trees, between the field, like a silent army that didn't need to move to overwhelm me. One figure stepped out from the field, tall, gaunt, with sharp claws and glowing white eyes, its wrinkled skin like decaying bark. It didn't attack. It just stood there, raised its hand to point toward the forest, where the wooden house appeared. In the darkness, its door wide open, dim light coming from inside like an invitation that couldn't be refused. The whisper echoed in my mind. "The concert isn't over. Come back." I stood still, my legs trembling, and in that moment I felt an invisible force, not from the figure but from the house itself, from the symbols on the walls, from the screeching echoing in the air. I wanted to run, wanted to jump into the car and drive away, but I couldn't. A part of me, small but strong, wanted to know, wanted to understand, wanted to face what had marked my family. I stepped forward, slowly, my flashlight shaking in my hand, and when I got closer to the house, the smell of rot hit my nose. Damp earth, decay, the smell of the wooden house my parents had once entered. I walked through the door, the dim light from inside illuminating my face, and I saw the main room, empty, the wooden floor rotting, walls covered in claw marks. But this time, they weren't still. The marks moved, slowly, like living snakes, forming circles and curves on the walls, like an ancient language telling my story, my parents' story, the story of those who went through the old way and never returned. The screeching came from upstairs, and I heard footsteps, slow, steady, from the old wooden stairs like a drumbeat leading to a climax. I didn't run. I stood there watching the figure descend, those white eyes glowing, its thin hand raised, not to attack, but to point to the shattered mirror on the wall. I looked into it, and in the reflection I saw not just myself but my parents, twisted, pale, with glowing white eyes, standing among dozens of other figures, like an army waiting for me to join. The whisper came one last time. "You belong here?" I screamed, turned, and ran out, sprinting to the car, slamming the door with a loud bang, and as the Chevy roared to life, the wheels screeched on the forest road, leaving the house and the figure behind in the darkness. But when I got home, I found a piece of paper under the door. Tonight, 1 a.m. I looked at the clock. 10 minutes left. The tapping started again. From the garage, from the window, from the ceiling. Louder, closer, like a never-ending, terrifying symphony. Through the curtains, I saw dozens of pairs of white eyes floating outside, staring directly at me, glowing like an invitation that couldn't be refused. I don't know if I'll ever escape. It's still out there, the old house, the forest, and the old way still calling my name every night, with the whisper that never stops. The concert isn't over. Would you dare drive down that road on a moonless night? I'm not sure I have any other choice. Under the pitch-black sky of a moonless night, the quiet suburban road stretched out before me, only illuminated by the faint streetlights flickering as if about to die out. To preface this story, I was a 21-year-old male, 6 feet tall, 240 pounds, a big guy, confident that I could handle any situation. It was the summer after I graduated from college, living alone in a small apartment on the edge of town, where the only sound that broke the silence at night was the hum of the insects. But that night, everything changed, and that memory still haunts me like a ghost that never leaves. I worked late at a bar a few miles from my home, usually finishing my shift around 2 a.m. The road home was a shortcut through an old industrial area where abandoned warehouses stood still like giant tombs. I liked walking. The cool air helped me unwind after a long shift, and I never felt afraid. That night, my shift ran longer than usual, and when I left the bar, the clock had struck 3 a.m. I put on my headphones, walking along the cracked sidewalk, oblivious to the sound of the wind rustling through the dry grass on either side of the road. Then I heard it. A sound that didn't belong to this quiet night. Not the chirping of insects, not the wind, but the low, steady growl of an engine from far away, like the sound of a predator stalking its prey. I stopped, took off my headphones, and turned to look. Through the dim streetlight I saw an old white van, no license plate, silently creeping out from a dark alley. It wasn't using its headlights, but I could feel the gaze from inside, cold, curious, as if it were watching me. I told myself it was just a lost driver, but my heart raced as the van started moving, slowly, following me. I sped up, trying to stay calm, but the engine noise didn't go away. It kept its distance just enough for me to hear, just enough to make me feel the cold breath on the back of my neck. The road ahead stretched on endlessly, with no houses, no lights, just darkness and that van. I turned around again, and this time I saw a vague silhouette behind the windshield. The face was unclear, but the white, glowing eyes gleamed in the dark, staring straight at me. A primal fear rose up, urging me to run. I sprinted forward, my heavy feet pounding the pavement, my breath quickening in my chest. I turned around and saw the white van slowly following me, the engine now louder, like the growl of a hungry beast. I wasn't weak. With my 6-foot, 240-pound frame, I thought I could face anyone. But this wasn't human. The van didn't speed up or slow down. It just quietly trailed behind, maintaining a steady distance as if playing with me. The road led into an empty lot where the old warehouses stood still, their windows shattered, revealing the darkness inside. I ran past a turn hoping to lose it, but when I looked back the van was still there, silently gliding around the corner like a ghost. I could hear the tires grinding on the gravel, but no voices, no laughter, no talking, just the deadly silence mixed with the engine's hum. I darted into an alley between two warehouses, tripping and falling to the ground as I stumbled over a rusty metal bar. My knee bled, but I didn't care. The van's noise was closer now, and through a crack, I saw it stop at the alley's entrance, its headlights flashing on, pointing directly at me. The blinding light made me squint, but I still saw the figure behind the windshield, unmoving, just staring. Then the van door slowly slid open, and a bony hand reached out, its long, curved, claws like a beast's, waving at me. A harsh screech came from inside, not human, but the sound of something ancient, hungry. I jumped up, running deeper into the alley, my heart pounding as if it would explode. The alley led to a garbage-filled lot, and I hid behind an old container holding my breath, hoping it wouldn't find me. But it knew. The engine stopped, and I heard footsteps. Slow, steady, crunching on the gravel. A foul stench filled the air, the smell of death and fear. I peeked through the gap and saw it. A tall figure, wearing tattered clothes, its face hidden in shadow, but the white, glowing eyes scanning the lot like it was hunting. It stopped a few meters away, and I heard the whisper in my head. "Where? Will you run?" I held my breath, my body shaking behind the container, but the footsteps didn't go away. It was closer now, each step like a countdown. I could hear the engine getting closer and closer, even though the van had now shut off. Only the sound of gravel crunching under its feet. I didn't dare look, but I could feel its gaze. Cold, penetrating, as if it were digging into my soul. Then it stopped, right on the other side of the container, and a bony hand touched the edge, its claws scraping the metal, creating a screeching sound that made me want to scream. I didn't wait any longer. I leaped up, running through the lot, heading toward the dim light of a main road in the distance. The footsteps followed, faster this time, and I heard a louder screech like the growl of an agitated beast. I tripped and fell to the ground, and when I looked back, I saw the figure charging toward me, the white eyes glowing brightly in the dark. I rolled, grabbed a rusty metal bar from the ground, and struck at it as it neared. The bar pierced through its body like it was made of smoke, but it stopped, stepped back, and let out an angry roar that shook the air. I didn't stop to think. I ran, my legs aching, my breath burning, until I reached the main road. A delivery truck passed by, and I waved frantically. The driver stopped, a middle-aged man with a skeptical look on his face, asking, "Are you all right?" I stammered my story, but he just looked at me like I was crazy. When I turned around, the van was gone, without a trace, as if it had never existed. But on my hand, a cold scratch appeared. Not painful, but like a mark that could never be erased. I arrived home as the first light of dawn broke, my body exhausted, clothes torn and bloodied. I locked the door, pulled the curtains, but the fear wouldn't leave. The scratch on my hand wouldn't heal. It was cold, spreading a numbing feeling every time I touched it. I tried to sleep, but each time I closed my eyes, I saw those white eyes glowing in the dark, and the screech echoed in my mind. "I will find you." A few days later, I told a friend who worked with me at the bar. He laughed, thinking I was making it up, but when I showed him the scratch, his smile faded. He told me that the old industrial area had been the site of many mysterious disappearances, people out at night, followed by a white van, and no one ever found them afterward. The locals called it the Night Hunter, an entity that never sleeps, never stops, hunting the lost ones in the dark. A week later, I found a scrap of paper under my door, written in shaky handwriting. 3 a.m., I'm waiting. I burned the paper, but that night, right at 3 a.m., I heard the engine, low, steady, from afar. I looked through the curtain and saw it. The white van, parked under the streetlight, unmoving, but those white eyes gleaming from inside. I didn't go outside, but from that night on, the engine noise came every night, right at 3 a.m., a reminder that it hadn't given up. Now, I don't walk home anymore. I changed my shifts, avoided the dark roads, but the fear still follows. Last night, as I wrote these words, I saw a symbol carved on the door, a circle with strange curves like the mark of claws. The engine noise echoed again, and through the crack in the door, I saw the van waiting. A piece of paper slid through. "Run again? Would you dare walk down that road at 3 a.m.? In the winter of 2023, I decided to explore an old abandoned house near my town, a place the locals called the House of the Violin. The house stood alone atop a hill, surrounded by withered pine trees, with crooked walls and shattered windows, as though time had devoured it. I brought a flashlight, camera, and a water bottle, thinking this would just be an adventurous trip to kill time. But when I pushed open the decaying wooden door, a sharp, cold wind blew through, carrying the scent of damp earth and something foul, like dried blood. I stepped inside, the floor creaking underfoot, and the flashlight beam swept across the walls, streaked with strange scratches, not random, but seeming like they were carved by hand, forming repetitive circles. Then I heard it, the sound of a violin, weak, offbeat, coming from deep within the house. I thought it was the wind seeping through the cracks, but the sound was too clear, too vivid, as though someone were drawing a bow across the strings. I followed the music, down a dark hallway, to a door leading to the basement, a black hole that swallowed the light from my flashlight. As I descended 4 or 5 steps, the music suddenly stopped. I stood still, my heart pounding, the feeling that someone was breathing down my neck. I turned around, but there was nothing except darkness. Then, from deep within the basement, a screech, sharp, distorted, rang out, like a string being pulled too tight, about to snap. I lowered the flashlight, and in its dim light, I saw it. A thin figure sitting on a chair, holding a tattered violin, its white eyes staring directly at me through the darkness. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand, the light dancing on the figure's shadow. It didn't move, just sat there, the violin resting across its lap, the bow suspended in midair. I whispered, "Is anyone there?" But only the echo answered, merging with the screech from deep in the basement, now turned into a whisper. Not human voices, but the sound of dozens of voices overlapping, murmuring words I couldn't understand. I stepped back a step, but the wooden floor creaked loudly underfoot, and the figure tilted its head. Not normally, but tilted to the side, as if its neck bones had long since snapped. I turned to run, but the staircase behind me was now pitch black, as though swallowed by the darkness. The violin sound returned, this time closer, no longer from the figure but from right behind me. I turned around, and it had stood up, just a few steps away, its hand drawing the bow across the violin with no strings, but the sound still came, sharp and out of tune, like the cry of someone trapped in pain. Its mouth opened, revealing broken teeth, and from there a stream of thick black substance dripped down, hitting the floor of the basement, emitting a putrid smell. I ran up the stairs, but by the time I reached the top, I heard giggling from below. Not from the figure, but from the violin itself. I ran into the hallway, my heart racing, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. Only the violin remained on the chair, gently vibrating, as if playing itself. I heard footsteps, not from the basement, but from the ceiling above, slowly, moving along with me. I looked up, and through the cracks in the ceiling, another pair of white eyes stared down at me, followed by a screech. "Hear me play." I screamed and dashed for the front door, but the door was now stuck tight, as though someone was holding it from the outside. The violin now echoed from everywhere, not just the basement, but from the walls, from the floor, as if the house had turned into a giant violin, resonating with distorted notes. I beat on the door frantically, but through the crack I saw it. No, dozens of figures, all cloaked in ragged clothes, standing motionless outside, holding broken violins, all drawing the bow in unison in silence. There was no sound from them, but the music inside the house grew louder, tearing the space apart, making my ears ring. I turned back, ran into the living room, searching for an escape through the window, but the glass was covered with black streaks, not paint, but some substance dripping from the figure's mouth, emitting the strong odor of decaying flesh. I felt as though something was watching me from behind, and when I turned around, I saw a tall, thin figure standing in the corner of the room, motionless. But this time it wasn't holding the violin. Its hand was raised, its long, curved claws pointing straight at me, and from its mouth, a screech echoed. "You've heard, now stay." Suddenly the floor shook, and from the basement a mass of figures crawled up, not walking but crawling like spiders, their long limbs entangled, their white eyes gleaming in the dark. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed an old knife from the table, but as I picked it up, the blade melted in my hand, turning into black, smoking liquid. The violin sound now mixed with laughter, hoarse, insane. And the figure from the basement stood right behind me, its cold breath on my neck. I screamed, smashed the window with my bare hands, and jumped out, blood pouring from the cuts. I ran across the field, not daring to look back, the violin still chasing me in the wind, growing weaker but never stopping. When I reached the main road, I collapsed, my hands covered in blood, and a truck stopped to take me back to town. I told the driver everything, but he just shook his head, saying that the house of the violin had been destroyed 50 years ago in a fire. No one survived, and people used to hear the violin playing from the rubble on moonless nights. I returned home, bandaged my wounds, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard that music, not from memory, but from somewhere in my room. A week later, I checked my camera, the only thing I had left in the house. It was sent back to me by mail with no sender address, and when I watched the footage, I saw myself standing in the basement, but not just one figure. Dozens of figures surrounded me, drawing the bow across violins with no strings, there, mouths wide open, whispering, "You are ours." That night I stayed awake, and when the morning came, I saw a long scratch on the wall of my room, identical to the circles in the house. From afar, through the window, I heard the violin, faint but clear, calling me back to the house of the violin. In the summer of 2016, the oppressive heat enveloped the small suburb where I lived, and I decided to take a part-time job to earn some extra money before heading off to college. I began working at a local gas station convenience store throughout the summer of 2016. It was a small place with dusty shelves and a few flickering fluorescent lights. The store was located on a quiet road, far from any residential areas, surrounded only by withered cornfields and an old gas station in front. I worked the night shift, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., alongside an older colleague named Carl, a thin, quiet man who always carried a small radio to listen to country music. The first few days passed normally. Customers were few, mostly truck drivers stopping to refuel or buy a pack of cigarettes before continuing their journey. But after the first week, I began to feel uneasy. I frequently heard strange sounds at night, slow footsteps on the wooden floor behind the counter, even though no one was there. Carl told me it was just the wood expanding due to the temperature changes, but I didn't believe it. The sounds were too regular, too intentional, as if someone was walking back and forth watching me from the darkness. One night, while I was restocking the shelves, the fluorescent light above suddenly flickered violently, then went completely dark, leaving me in the shadows, illuminated only by the faint moonlight through the window. I called for Carl, but he didn't answer. His radio was still playing music, but now it was distorted, like someone had bent the radio waves. I stepped out from behind the counter, grabbed a small flashlight from my jacket pocket, and swept the light around the store. There was nothing unusual, just neatly arranged cans of beer and the faint smell of gasoline in the air. But when I turned back, I saw it. A tall, thin figure standing motionless outside the window, right next to the gas pump. Its eyes were glowing in the dark, not reflecting light, but emitting it like two white flames. I froze, my heart pounding, but when I blinked, it was gone. I ran outside to check, thinking it was a drunk, but there was nothing. Only the cold wind blowing through the fields and a long scratch on the glass, not from the outside, but from the inside, as though someone had clawed at it from my side. When I turned back, Carl was standing behind the counter, looking at me with a strange expression. He asked, "Did you see something out there?" I told him what I saw, but he just shook his head and muttered, "Don't pay attention to it, it's just curious." I pressed him on who it was, but he didn't answer, only turned the radio back on. It was playing an old song, but in between the notes, I swear I heard a whisper. "Don't go." The whisper didn't come from the radio, but from somewhere deep in the store, near the door leading down to the storage basement under the floor. In the nights that followed, I began noticing even stranger details. One night, while I was inventorying the stock, I heard a light tapping on the door leading down to the storage basement, a weathered wooden door, always locked tight with a rusty padlock. I thought it was rats, but the tapping had a rhythm. 3 slow taps, then a pause, then 3 more taps, as though someone was trying to send a signal. I called for Carl, but he was dozing behind the counter, the radio next to him now only, emitting white noise. I walked over to the door, placed my hand on the cold padlock, and immediately, the tapping stopped, replaced by a deep, hoarse sigh coming from below, as though someone had just exhaled their last breath. I stepped back, my heart racing, but when I turned to Carl, he was awake, staring at me with hollow eyes. "Don't open that door," he said, his voice trembling. I asked why, but he just shook his head, whispering, "You don't want to know." That night, as I continued working, I noticed a small trail of water leaking from the crack of the basement door. Not clean water, but a thick black substance smelling like old blood. I wiped it away, but when I touched it, my hand went cold, as if the substance was draining all the warmth from my body. A few days later, a strange customer appeared. That night, the rain poured heavily, thunder rumbled across the sky, and the store was nearly empty. Around 3 a.m., a man walked in, tall, thin, wearing a glossy black raincoat, his face covered by a hood. He didn't say anything, just stood at the counter, water dripping from his coat onto the floor, forming a black puddle beneath his feet. I asked, "Can I help you?" But he didn't respond, only extended his hand, revealing unusually long fingers with curved claws, and placed an old coin on the counter. The coin wasn't modern, it was covered in rust, with the image of a face I didn't recognize, with hollowed-out eyes. I nervously picked up the coin, but when I looked up, he had vanished. No footsteps, no sound of the door opening. The black puddle was still there, now wider, and from within it, I heard a whisper. "Thank you." Carl, who had just come out of the bathroom, looked at the puddle and the coin, his face drained of color. He rushed over, threw the coin into the trash, and yelled, "Don't keep it. It'll call you down there." I asked where down there was, but he just pointed to the basement door, his hand shaking. The next night, I decided to check the security camera footage. The video showed the man entering, but when he reached the counter, the image became distorted. His face was not visible, only a swirling black void. And when he left, the camera recorded another figure, not from the front door, but from the basement door, crawling up, its long hands reaching for the coin I had just thrown away. I turned off the screen. My spine chilled, but from behind me, the tapping started again, this time faster, as if someone was frantically knocking on the door. I couldn't take it anymore. That night, I brought a hammer from my car, determined to find out what was happening in the basement. Carl had called in sick, leaving me alone on the night shift. The tapping now came incessantly, no longer in rhythm, but like someone desperately banging on the door. I stood before the basement door, gripping the hammer tightly, and yelled, "Who's down there?" The tapping stopped, and a sharp, distorted screech echoed from the crack in the door, like the sound of a snapped guitar string. I swung the hammer at the padlock, breaking it open with a few hits, and when the door swung open, a cold gust of wind rushed out, bringing the overwhelming stench of decay that made me gag. I shone the flashlight down the dark, rotting wooden staircase leading into the void. Down below, I saw it. Dozens of figures in black cloaks, standing motionless in a damp concrete room, holding strange objects, not belongings, but white bone fragments, arranged in a circle around a deep hole in the floor. I looked down and saw a tall, thin figure standing in the basement, holding something that looked like a bone. But when the light hit it, it looked up, its white eyes glowing brightly in the dark. There was no face, just two empty sockets and a wide, gaping mouth, dripping dark fluid onto the floor, where it flowed into the hole like a small river. I screamed, stumbling backward, but a cold hand grabbed my ankle from beneath the stairs. I looked down and saw another figure crawling up, not walking but crawling like a spider, its long arms wrapping around my leg, claws digging into my skin. I struck it with the hammer, and it released me, but the screech from its mouth mixed with the whisper from the hole. "You opened it. Now stay." I ran up, slammed the basement door shut, but the floorboards trembled, not from one, but from dozens of figures climbing up, their claws scraping the wood as if trying to tear everything apart. I ran to the counter, grabbed my car keys, but the fluorescent lights flickered again, then went out completely. Through the glass I saw them, not just in the basement but outside by the gas pump. Dozens of cloaked figures standing motionless, their white eyes glowing, hands raised, pointing at me. The whispers now came from everywhere. "You are ours." I rushed to the front door, but when I opened it, a figure stood right in front of me. The man in the raincoat, his mouth wide open, breathing cold air into my face. I pushed him down, ran to my car, and sped away in the rain, the knocking still echoing from behind. I drove home, my hands shaking on the wheel, too afraid to look in the rearview mirror for fear of seeing them in the back seat. When I arrived, I locked the door, curled up in the living room, but the knocking, slow and steady, came again from beneath the floor, as if they had followed me home. I quit my job the next day and never went back to the convenience store. But I still hear the knocking at night, as if it's coming from beneath my floor. I called Carl, but he didn't answer. Later, I heard he went missing, leaving behind the small radio in the store, still emitting static when the police found it. The store was closed for weeks, but people say that truck drivers still sometimes see a white light flickering from the gas pump at night, accompanied by the sound of knocking coming from the basement. I tried to forget, but a month later I received an unmarked package. Inside was the old coin, the one Carl had thrown away, now covered in scratches, as if someone had clawed at it. I threw it into the river, but that night, I dreamt I was standing in the basement surrounded by cloaked figures holding bones, whispering, "You opened it. You belong to us." When I woke up, I saw a small black smear on the floor of my room. Not water, but the same foul substance from the basement. I moved out the following week, but every time I pass the old road, I still hear the knocking. Not from the store, but from somewhere in my head, along with the whisper, "Thank you." I don't know what they are, but I know they haven't let me go, and perhaps they never will. Under the gray sky of a late afternoon, the Minnesota forest stood like a wild painting, with tall pine trees intertwined, creating a dark green canopy that blocked the light. So I'd like to preface this post by stating that I'm a highly educated and scientific person, having graduated in biology from a prestigious university, and I always believe in logic and what can be proven. I'm not the type to easily get caught up in ghost stories or superstitions. To me, everything has a scientific explanation. But what happened in that forest made me question everything I once believed in. At the time, I was 32 years old, living in Minneapolis, and decided to spend the weekend camping alone in the Superior National Forest, a vast, untouched wilderness, famous for its natural beauty and absolute tranquility. I brought a tent, camera, a notebook to observe wildlife, and a sense of excitement to enjoy the solitude. The path leading into the forest was rugged, covered with dry leaves, and when I set up camp on a clearing near the lake, the cool air carried the scent of pine resin. I had checked the weather carefully. No rain, no strong winds. A perfect night to stargaze and listen to the forest. As the sun set, darkness quickly enveloped the area, with only the campfire's flickering light, illuminating a small space around me. I sat on a log, jotting down notes about a few birds I had seen during the day when a strange feeling washed over me, as if I was being watched. I looked up, scanning the trees, but saw nothing except the dense darkness. I told myself it was just my imagination, a natural human response when alone in the forest. But then I heard it. Not the rustling of leaves or the movement of small animals, but the sound of footsteps, slow and steady, coming from deep within the forest. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight and shone the light into the darkness, but there was nothing but the stillness of the trees. This happened a few years ago, when I decided to go camping alone in the Minnesota wilderness, and I still clearly remember the cold shiver running down my spine when the footsteps stopped, leaving a deathly silence. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it could be a deer or a bear, but no animal in this area moves with such a steady rhythm, like the walk of a person, but not quite a person. I turned back to the fire, trying to focus on my notebook, but then I saw it. Through the edge of the firelight, a pair of bright eyes unblinking, staring straight at me from the midst of the trees. Not animal eyes, too high, too bright, and too intelligent. I froze, my hand shaking as I dropped the flashlight. The light rolled across the ground, illuminating a vague figure standing behind a tree, tall, gaunt, motionless like a statue. I yelled, "Is anyone there? Stop messing around!" But there was no response, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, carrying with it a faint stench, like something long dead. I picked up the flashlight and shone it directly at the figure, but it vanished, as if it melted, into the darkness, leaving only the bright eyes suspended in the air staring at me. I stood frozen, my heart racing, trying to find a scientific explanation for what I had just seen. I'm not one to believe in the paranormal, but those eyes were unlike any animal I had ever studied. They didn't reflect light like animal eyes. They didn't move like human eyes. They just glowed unnaturally, like two small flames in the darkness. I told myself it could be an illusion from exhaustion or a light effect from the campfire, But then the footsteps came again, closer, clearer, from multiple directions, as if there wasn't just one but dozens of figures surrounding me. I turned back to the fire, trying to stay calm, but the light from the flame suddenly dimmed, as if a cold gust of air had passed by. I heard a hiss, low, hoarse, not the sound of the wind, but the sound of something living, breathing. I shone the flashlight again, and this time I saw them. Not just one, but 3 pairs of bright eyes appearing from 3 different directions, about 7 feet above the ground, slowly moving toward me. I screamed, throwing a burning log into the darkness, and the fire flared as it hit the ground, illuminating gaunt figures with wrinkled, patchy skin and long, abnormal arms with curved claws. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees, and in the flickering light, I saw them more clearly. They were neither human nor animal, but something in between, with distorted faces, mouths cracked open into a horrific grin. One of them stepped forward, and I heard a whisper, not from its mouth but echoing in my head, "You see us." I didn't wait any longer. I bolted into the tent, grabbed my backpack, and ran into the woods, leaving the fire and everything behind. I ran through thorny bushes, branches scratching my face, leaving painful, burning scratches. The footsteps followed, not fast, but steady, as if they knew I couldn't escape. I heard a louder hiss blending with the wind, like a terrifying piece of music. I tripped, falling into a small stream, the cold water soaking my clothes. But I didn't stop. When I looked back, I saw them. 3 figures, their bright eyes, standing on the stream bank looking down at me. One of them raised its hand, and I felt a cold gust sweep through as if it was pulling me back. I jumped up, running again, my heart pounding like it would explode. The path led me to an open space in the forest, where the faint moonlight pierced through the trees, illuminating an old wooden house, its windows shattered, its roof caved in. I didn't know if it was real. My map had no note about any building here. But I dashed inside, slammed the door shut, and hid behind an old table. The footsteps stopped, but the hissing still echoed, closer now, as if they were right outside. I held my breath, huddled behind the table, hearing the hissing from outside the wooden house. I don't spook easily, but this was beyond anything I'd ever experienced, and with all my scientific knowledge, I couldn't explain what was happening. The footsteps came again, slowly, steadily, circling the house, as if they were looking for a way in. I looked around. The house was empty, only dust covering the floor and strange symbols carved into the walls, like circles with tangled deep lines, as if scratched with fingernails. I heard a knock, not on the door, but on the ceiling, as if one of them had climbed onto the roof. Dust fell on my head, and I felt a cold gust pass by, as if the house was breathing along with them. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight, and shone it on the stairs leading to the upper floor, where the knocking came from. I didn't want to go up there, but the whisper in my head grew louder. "Come up here." I had no choice. I climbed up, each step creaking beneath me, my heart pounding like it would burst. Upstairs, I saw a closed door, and the knocking was coming from inside. I pushed the door open, and in the weak light I saw it. A tall figure standing with its back to me, its long hands scraping the walls, leaving deep gouges. It turned around, its bright eyes staring straight at me, and I heard a whisper, "You cannot hide." I screamed, backing away, but the door behind me slammed shut, locking tightly. I pounded on the door, but it was useless. I was trapped with it. The eyes were unnaturally bright, so bright they hurt my eyes, and its face, if you could call it a face, was distorted, wrinkled like it was decaying. Its mouth cracked open without lips. It stepped forward, and I felt my body grow heavy, as if an invisible force was pressing down on me. I grabbed a piece of wood from the floor, struck it hard, but the wood passed through like it was touching smoke. It didn't react, just tilted its head, and the hissing came. "You called us." I rushed to the broken window, jumped to the ground, and rolled across the wet grass. When I looked up, I saw all three figures standing on the roof, their bright eyes staring down. I ran, not looking back, until I found the path out of the forest. By morning, I returned with the police, but the wooden house was gone. Only an empty patch of land. No trace. But on my hand, a cold scratch appeared, like a mark from that night. I returned to Minneapolis the next day, exhausted, my mind in turmoil. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. And although I tried to explain everything with science, illusions, lack of oxygen, or an unrecorded animal species, nothing could erase the image of those bright eyes. The scratch on my hand never healed. It was cold, spreading a numb sensation every time I touched it. And sometimes, I saw it faintly glow in the dark. I didn't dare tell anyone. A scientist like me believing in ghosts would be ridiculous. But then the dream started. Every night I saw myself standing in the Minnesota forest, the campfire burning brightly, and three figures with glowing eyes stepping forward, waving. I woke up, drenched in sweat, and heard footsteps outside the door. Slow, steady, like that night. A week later, I found a piece of paper under my pillow, written in scrawled handwriting, "We see you." I researched the forest, looking for any records of this phenomenon. An old document from the local library mentioned the Ojibwe legend of the Night Walkers, entities not of this world, living in the darkness of the Minnesota woods, hunting those who dared to trespass on their domain. The document said they had eyes as bright as fire, and anyone who saw them would be marked forever. I didn't want to believe, but the scratch on my hand was undeniable proof. I haven't been back to the Minnesota wilderness since, but the fear doesn't leave. Every time night falls, I hear the horse hissing from afar, and sometimes through the window, I see glowing dots suspended. In the dark, unblinking, unmoving, just watching. Last night, as I wrote these words, I saw a symbol carved on the door, a circle with strange, winding lines, just like the walls of the wooden house. A piece of paper slid under the door. "Come back. The forest is waiting." I don't know if I can escape forever. The Minnesota forest is still there, and those bright eyes are still waiting. Would you dare step in? Under the fading sunlight of a summer afternoon, Lake Galicia lay quietly among the lush hills of northern Spain, its still surface reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. To give some context before we get into what happened, my name is Oliver. I am a 28-year-old freelance photographer living in London, and I frequently seek out remote locations to photograph. That year, I decided to spend a week resting in Galicia, a land famous for its natural beauty and mysterious legends, which I had always thought were just made-up stories to attract tourists. I arrived at the lake on a Saturday, carrying my camera, a small backpack, and the intention to enjoy the serenity of nature. Lake Galicia wasn't crowded, just a few locals fishing on the far shore, and a small dirt road leading from the nearby village to the grassy shore. I set up a simple tent near the water, where tall reeds grew, obscuring the view from afar. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp grass and the faint salty taste of the lake, making me feel at ease. I took off my jacket, left my clothes in the tent, and walked along the shore with my camera, capturing shots of the vibrant sunset reflected on the water. As the sun set, darkness quickly enveloped the area, and a thin mist began to rise from the surface of the lake, casting an eerie layer over the grass. I returned to the tent, planning to rest, But when I opened my backpack to grab my warm jacket, I noticed something strange. The t-shirt and pants I had left behind were no longer there. I searched through the tent, thinking I had made a mistake, but they were truly gone. I told myself maybe a small animal had taken them, though it seemed unlikely. There were no footprints, no sounds, just the strange silence surrounding me. This happened during a solo camping trip by Lake Galicia, and I still remember the uneasy feeling when I stood in the middle of the field, staring out at the now pitch-black lake. I turned on my flashlight, sweeping the light around the campsite, but I saw nothing but the thick fog. Then I heard something. Not the wind, not insects, but a low, raspy hiss coming from deep within the field. Max growled, his fur bristling, and I felt a chill run down my spine, not from the weather, but from something else present. I whispered, "Calm down, Max." But just then, through the flashlight beam, I saw them. A pair of glowing eyes floating in the darkness, staring directly at us. I froze, gripping the leash tightly, my heart pounding in my chest as those glowing eyes didn't blink, didn't move, just stared. Max started growling low in his throat, the hair on his back standing on end like needles, and I felt him tug harder on the leash, as if he wanted to charge into the darkness and face whatever it was. I whispered, "Easy, Max." But my voice trembled, and I wasn't sure if I was comforting him or myself. I shone the flashlight again, trying to see clearly, but the light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, only revealing a vague figure, tall, gaunt, standing motionless in the middle of the field. Those eyes didn't reflect light like animal eyes. They glowed unnaturally, like two small flames in the pitch-black night. I told myself it could be a deer or a fox, but no animal in this area had eyes like that. Too high, too intelligent, and too terrifying. Max barked loudly, breaking the silence, and the figure started moving. Not fast, but slowly, silently, as if it was enjoying our fear. I yanked Max back, stumbling on the cobblestone path, but the hiss came again, closer, louder, like the sound of something breathing, something stalking us. I turned around, ready to run back to the house, but then I heard the rustling of grass, not just from the front, but from all around us, as if more figures were surrounding us. Max stopped barking, switching to a fierce growl, and through the flashlight I saw two more pairs of glowing eyes appear from either side of the field, drawing closer. I yelled, "Is anyone there? Stop messing around!" But there was no reply, only the hiss growing louder, blending with the wind like a terrifying melody. I dropped the leash, letting Max go free, and ran toward the house, but when I looked back I saw Max wasn't following. He stood still, facing the figure, his fur standing on end, as if ready to fight. I called out, "Max, come here!" But before he could respond, the figure lunged, fast as lightning, and a piercing scream rang out. I didn't think twice. I ran toward the house, my bare feet pounding the cobblestones, my breath ragged in my chest. I turned and bolted back toward the house, leaving Max behind. And although I knew I shouldn't abandon him, the primal fear overwhelmed all logic. The hiss from the field grew louder, blending with Max's growls. Then a painful howl rang out, Max's howl making my heart tighten. I turned around, seeing the tall figure standing in the middle of the field, its white eyes glowing, and Max, lying still on the ground, unmoving. I screamed, "Max!" But before I could turn back, the figure tilted its head, as if looking at me, and the hiss echoed in my mind. "You can't escape." I ran on, tears streaming down my face from fear and guilt, until I reached the door of the house. I burst inside, slammed the door shut, locked it tightly, and leaned against the wall, panting. The hissing stopped, but then the scratching started, slow, steady, on the wooden door, like fingernails scraping against a chalkboard. I looked through the window crack, and I saw it, the figure, standing at the edge of the streetlight, its white eyes glowing, staring directly at me. It didn't move forward, just stood there, motionless, like a living statue. I trembled, called my aunt, but there was no signal. The phone went dead, the screen flickering then turning off, completely. I hid behind the sofa, holding my breath, hoping it would leave. But the scratching continued, now coming from the back door, then the window, as if it was surrounding the house. When morning came, I gathered the courage to step outside and look for Max. I found him lying in the field, alive but injured, a deep scratch on his back, cold to the touch and not bleeding. I took him back, but after that Max no longer barked. He just stared out at the field every night as if waiting. After that night, I never babysat Max again. I told my aunt I was busy with school, but in truth I couldn't step outside at night. Max recovered, but he changed. His eyes were hollow, and whenever I visited, he just sat there, staring out at the field, as if haunted. I tried to forget, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing white eyes in the darkness, and the hissing echoed in my mind, "You can't escape." A month later, I found a scratch on the door of my room, cold, inexplicable, just like the one on Max's back. I told my friend about it, and he said the neighborhood had a history of people disappearing at night, leaving strange footprints on the field. I didn't believe it, but then the dreams began. I saw myself walking Max in the dark field, and that figure approaching, holding Max's leash, waving at me. I woke up, drenched in sweat, and heard the scratching outside the door. Slow, steady, just like that night. I researched, and an old woman in the neighborhood told me that the field had once been an ancient burial site, and the guide, a cursed entity, hunted those who passed by at night. She whispered, "It has marked you." Last night, as I wrote these words, I saw a scrap of paper under the door. 2 a.m., take it for a walk. I looked out the window, and through the night I saw those white eyes floating out in the field, staring up at me. Max growled from the living room, and I don't know if I can escape forever. Would you dare walk your dog at 2 a.m.? When I grew up in a small town nestled among dense forests, I became accustomed to walking along winding trails to get to school. As I got older, my school was about 5 kilometers away from home, and to get there, I would often pass through a forest path, a shortcut I had walked hundreds of times. This path cut through an ancient oak forest, where the tree canopies intertwined, blocking out sunlight even during the day. I would usually walk alone, carrying my heavy school bag and a small flashlight during the winter when it got dark early. That year I was 12, and these walks were a normal part of life, until one late autumn afternoon in 2005. That day, the weather was colder than usual, and a thick fog covered the forest, turning everything into hazy silhouettes. I had just finished school late, having stayed after class for a group assignment, and as I stepped onto the path, I heard a laugh. Not the sound of birds or the wind, but the sound of children's laughter echoing from deep within the forest. I stopped, thinking maybe some kids from town were playing, but the sound wasn't normal. It was sharp, offbeat, as if coming from mouths that didn't really know how to laugh. I raised my flashlight, sweeping the light over the trees, but the fog swallowed the beam, leaving only faint white streaks. Then I saw them. 3 small figures, standing about 20 meters away, right in the middle of the trail. They wore tattered coats, their messy hair covering their faces, and they stood still, motionless, like statues in the fog. I shouted loudly. "Who are you? Where are you going?" But there was no response. Instead, they all tilted their heads, and the laughter sounded again, this time closer, as if they had moved nearer without me noticing. I stepped back, a cold chill running down my spine, and when the beam of my flashlight hit them, I saw their eyes, not human eyes, but two hollow, glowing white sockets, shining bright in the darkness, like headlights of something not of this world. I stood still, my heart pounding, clutching the flashlight like it was my only weapon. I shouted again, asking who they were, but they didn't answer, just staring at me through the fog. I tried to calm myself, thinking they might just be lost children. But when I took a step forward, the three of them simultaneously turned and silently walked into the forest, disappearing behind the oak trunks. Their laughter still echoed, now blending with the sound of dry leaves rustling underfoot, but not from the direction they had gone, but from all around me, as if the forest itself had come alive and was whispering through every branch. I turned around, intending to run home, but the trail behind me now seemed swallowed by the fog, as if it had been erased from reality. I raised my flashlight again, but the weak light only illuminated a few meters before being swallowed by the darkness. Then I heard footsteps, light, steady, like the steps of children, but not just from one direction, but from all sides, surrounding me in the forest. I shouted again, "Is anyone there? Stop messing around." But all that answered was laughter, no longer playful, but low and hoarse, like the sound of something that had been dead for a long time. I ran, not caring which way, branches slapping my face, leaving painful scratches. But when I stopped to catch my breath, I saw them again. Not 3, but 5 figures, standing in a circle around a large tree, their hands clasped together. They weren't wearing coats anymore, now just tattered fabrics hanging loosely. On their emaciated bodies, pale skin like wax, barely visible under the flashlight's dim light. One of them looked up and I saw its mouth open. No teeth, just a deep black hole emitting a distorted laugh. I stepped back, but my foot tripped over something soft. A small child's shoe, old, covered in mud and dried blood. The footsteps, were now closer, and I realized they weren't standing still. They were moving slowly but steadily, coming toward me through the fog. I turned around and saw one standing right behind me, just a few steps away, its white eyes flashing like headlights. It raised its hand, revealing unusually long fingers, curled claws pointing at me, and whispered in a voice that didn't belong to a child. "Play with us," I screamed, throwing the flashlight toward the closest figure, but it didn't move. The light tumbled on the ground, scattering across the fog, highlighting other figures that were approaching. I ran full speed ahead, branches hitting my face, but I didn't care, only wanting to escape the forest. I heard the laughter chasing me, now no longer disjointed but merging into a terrifying sound, like screams being strangled in someone's throat. I tripped, fell down a small hill, and when I looked up, I saw them. Not 5, but dozens of figures, standing at the top of the hill, their white eyes glowing brightly like headlights in the fog. I got up, my hands covered, in mud and blood from the scratches, but when I looked down, I saw a circle, not stones or trees, but children's shoes, neatly arranged around a small hole in the ground. From the hole, a whisper floated up. "Stay. Play with us." I turned around and saw a child standing right in front of me. No hair, just a bald scalp, its white eyes glowing brightly, and in its hand, it held a bone, raising it as if inviting me to take it. I kicked it, but it didn't fall. It dissolved into mist, then reappeared right behind me, laughing loudly. I ran through the trees, hearing the sound of branches breaking and footsteps close behind. Suddenly, the fog thickened, and I crashed into a large tree, falling onto the ground. When I opened my eyes, I saw them surrounding me. Dozens of children, their hands still clasped together, their mouths open, whispering in unison, "You belong to us." One of them stepped forward, its claws scraping the ground, leaving deep gouges, and I felt a cold breath on my face. I screamed, scrambled up, and ran blindly until I fell into a small stream, the cold water snapping me awake. And when I looked back, they were gone, only the laughter echoing in the wind. I crawled to the shore, soaked and trembling, and finally saw the light from the main road breaking through the fog. I ran toward home, not daring to look back. But when I reached the door, I heard the whispering from the forest, "You will come back." I got home, drenched and covered in scratches, and told my parents everything. But they didn't believe me. They said I must have just encountered some mischievous kids in the forest. I never went down that trail again. But many years later, I still hear their laughter whenever I pass by the forest at night. I changed schools that winter, staying far away from the forest. But the nightmares didn't stop. I dreamt I was standing in the circle of shoes, surrounded by children, whispering my name in hoarse voices, holding up the white bones toward me. Many years later, when I returned to town to visit family, I drove through the main road near the forest. That night, there was no moon, and the fog was thick again, and I saw them. Not an illusion, but the small figures, standing in the middle of the forest, their white eyes gleaming through the trees. I slammed the gas pedal and drove away. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, a child was sitting in the back seat holding a bloody shoe, whispering, "Play with us." I screamed, swerved off the road, and when I opened my eyes, the back seat was empty. But on the floor of the car, the shoe was still there, emitting a faint smell of decay. Under the pitch-black sky of a cold October night, the country road in Morcell, a small remote town in the Midwest of the United States, stretched out before us, covered with thin mist and the sound of dry leaves rustling under the wind. It was a cold October night around 11 p.m. when me and my buddy were cruising. I, Jake, 19 years old, and my friend Ethan, sitting in my dad's old pickup truck, driving past abandoned cornfields to find some thrill in this boring town. We often did this on weekends, driving, listening to rock music from the crackling radio, and chatting to kill time. That night, the air was colder than usual, and our breath formed little white clouds inside the truck. Ethan, with his messy hair and mischievous grin, suggested, "Let's drive past the haunted house. I heard it's haunted." The house, an old dilapidated building at the end of Elm Street, was a local legend. People said it once belonged to a strange family who disappeared without a trace decades ago, leaving behind stories of screams and mysterious lights. I laughed loudly. What ghosts in Morcell? But I still turned the wheel, heading toward the road that led to the house. As we got closer, the fog thickened, obscuring the headlights, and the vague outline of the house emerged through the night. A collapsed roof, broken windows, and a rickety wooden fence leaning to one side. I slowed down, parked a few meters away, and turned off the engine. The radio fell silent, leaving behind a deathly stillness. Ethan whispered, "They say if you stand close, you'll hear crying." I looked around, but when I stepped out of the truck, I felt an unusual cold draft, not from the wind, but from the house itself. We walked toward the fence, the light from my flashlight flickering on the rotting wooden planks. We got out of the truck and started walking toward the creepy house, the sound of our shoes crunching on the gravel echoing in the still night. Ethan, with a mix of excitement and fear, pointed to the broken window. "Look, is that light?" I squinted, but saw nothing but thick darkness inside. I mocked him. "You're imagining it." But then a sound echoed. Not the wind, not the waves, but slow, steady knocks coming from inside the house. I froze, shone the flashlight at the window, but the light only reflected off the broken glass. Ethan grabbed my hand, whispering, "Do you hear it? That crying." I strained my ears, and indeed there was a faint sound, like someone trapped coming from deep within. I told myself it could be an animal, a stray cat or a rat, but the sound was too human, too painful, making my hair stand on end. I turned back to the truck, ready to leave, but Ethan pulled me back. "Don't be such a wimp. Let's go see." We stepped over the fence and walked to the half-collapsed front door. I pushed it open, and a cold blast of air hit my face, bringing with it the musty smell and something foul, like the scent of a long-dead corpse. Inside, the rotten wooden floor creaked under our feet, and the flashlight beam illuminated walls covered with deep scratches, like they had been carved with fingernails. Then I saw it. From the corner of the room, a shadowy figure, tall, motionless, with white, glowing eyes staring directly at us. Ethan screamed, dropping his flashlight, and the figure began to move, slowly, silently, toward us. I didn't think twice. I grabbed Ethan's hand and ran out of the house, my heart pounding in my chest. As we ran back to the truck, I could hear footsteps following us. Not regular footsteps, but heavy, steady, like something larger than a human. I turned around and saw the figure standing at the door, its glowing white eyes shining through the fog, watching us run. Ethan tripped and fell to the ground, and I had to pull him up, shouting, "Run!" We jumped into the truck. I turned the key, but the engine just sputtered and died. I slammed my hand on the steering wheel, looking through the windshield. The figure was now outside the house, taking slow steps toward us, its long claws scraping the earth, leaving deep marks. Ethan screamed, "Drive! Drive!" I tried again, and this time the engine roared to life. I floored the gas pedal, the truck racing through the fog, leaving the creepy house behind, but the footsteps still echoed in my head. We didn't stop until we reached the town, collapsing into a booth at the only diner still open. Ethan trembled, recounting, "I saw it holding something like an old knife. I'm not sure, but I remember the foul smell and the feeling of being watched." Later, we asked my aunt at the grocery store about the house. She told us that the family living there used to perform strange rituals, and after they disappeared, people saw footprints around the house that weren't human. She whispered, "If you saw white eyes, it has chosen you." After that night, we never went back to Elm Street. Ethan became withdrawn, often waking up in the middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep without seeing those white eyes in my dreams. A week later, I found a scratch on the car door. Cold, inexplicable, like the mark of the figure from that night. I tried to forget, but every time I drove past Morcel, I felt an unusual cold draft, as if it was still watching. A month later, Ethan called me in the middle of the night, his voice trembling. "I saw it outside the window, Jake. It was standing there looking at me." I went to his house but saw nothing except a scrap of paper under the door. "Come back to the house." I burned the paper, but that night I dreamt of standing in front of the creepy house, the door opening, and that figure waving. When I woke up, I saw a symbol carved on the wall of my room, a circle with winding lines, just like the footprints my aunt had told us about. I asked the locals, and an old man said that the figure was the House Watcher, a cursed entity that hunts anyone who dares to approach. He whispered, "It won't let you go." Last night, as I wrote these words, I heard knocking outside the door, slow, steady, like the night in Morcel. A scrap of paper slid through. "Tonight, 11 p.m. I don't know if it will come back, The creepy house is still there, waiting. Would you dare drive past Morcel on a cold night? In the summer of 2012, when I had just turned 15, my family decided to leave the city and visit my grandfather in rural Indiana, a place I had only heard about in my mother's stories. It all started when we went to visit my maternal grandfather in Indiana, where he lived alone in an old wooden house situated in a vast plot of land that had been in our family for generations. The house was nestled between withered cornfields and a small forest, far from the nearest town, separated by kilometers of dusty dirt roads. My grandfather was a quiet, thin man with deep-set eyes, always gazing off into the distance, as if he was waiting for something from the field in front of the house. We arrived one late afternoon, as the sun was setting behind the trees, leaving the sky bathed in a strange orange hue. My grandfather's house emitted the smell of rotting wood and damp earth, with walls that were scratched and worn, which he claimed were due to strong winds. My sister Lily and I were tasked with cleaning up the living room to sleep for the night, while my grandfather sat outside on the porch, smoking his pipe and staring into the dark forest in the distance. I asked my mom why he never went into the forest, and she just smiled weakly, saying he believed there was something in there that the family shouldn't disturb. That first night, as I was arranging the bedding, I heard a noise. Not the wind or insects, but a steady tapping like someone scratching the wood with their fingernails coming from the wall near the window. I called for Lily, but she told me not to imagine things and pulled the blanket over her head. I stood up, looked out the window, and in the faint moonlight, I saw it. A tall, thin figure, standing motionless in the middle of the cornfield, its eyes glowing brightly like headlights, unblinking, staring straight into the house. I screamed and called for my parents, but when they ran over, the figure had disappeared. Only the corn swayed in the wind, as if no one had ever been there. My dad checked outside the house but found nothing except a long black streak on the grass. It wasn't regular dirt, but something thick and pungent, like blood that had dried long ago. My grandfather, still sitting on the porch, said nothing, only muttered, "It has seen you." I asked what it was, but he just shook his head, his voice trembling. "Don't go outside after midnight." That night, while I was lying on the couch, I heard the tapping again, this time closer, as if it were coming from right beneath the floor, accompanied by a weak whisper. "Come here." I pulled the blanket over my head, trying to sleep, but the whisper didn't stop, and when I peeked, I saw a new scratch on the wall. Long, deep, as if carved with fingernails. In the following days, I couldn't forget that figure, but I tried to convince myself that it was just a hallucination from the exhaustion of the long trip. We stayed at my grandfather's house for a few days, and during that time I started noticing more strange details. Strange noises from the forest near the house, like the sound of branches breaking or slow footsteps at night. Lily also began to hear them. She told me that every night when the lights were off, she heard a sigh coming from the window, like someone was standing outside looking in. I checked but saw nothing except faint scratches on the glass. Not from outside, but from inside, as if something had tried to escape. One afternoon, while my parents went to town for groceries, Lily and I stayed with my grandfather. He sat outside on the porch as usual, but this time he held an old hunting rifle, his eyes never leaving the forest. I asked him why, and he whispered, "They don't like strangers." I looked in the direction he was pointing, and in the darkness between the oak trees, I saw them, not one, but 3 tall, thin figures standing motionless, their white eyes glowing like headlights. They didn't move, but I felt they were looking straight at me, across the hundreds of meters between us. I pulled Lily inside the house and locked the door, but the tapping started again, this time from beneath the floor near the old fireplace. I knelt down, pressed my ear to the wooden floor, and heard the whispering. Not one, but multiple voices overlapping, murmuring words I couldn't understand, mixed with sharp scratching sounds, like nails digging into the earth. Lily screamed, pointing at the fireplace. A streak of black smoke was seeping out from the crack, not regular smoke, but something thick, smelling foul like decaying flesh. I rushed to close the fireplace, but when I touched it, my hand went cold, and the smoke dissipated, leaving a scrawled message on the wall. "Come here." That night, when my parents returned, I told them everything. But they didn't believe me. My dad said it was just a local kid's prank, and my mom silently looked at my grandfather as if she knew something but didn't dare speak. Finally, my grandfather spoke. "Don't go down to the basement. No matter what you hear, don't open the door." I asked where the basement was, and he pointed to an old rug in the corner of the room. Underneath it was a small wooden door, locked tightly with a rusty padlock. As I approached, I heard the tapping again, slow, steady, from beneath the basement, accompanied by the whisper, "Open it. We're waiting." I stepped back, but when I turned, Lily was gone. I called out loudly, running around the house, and finally found her standing outside on the porch, her eyes wide open, staring into the forest. She whispered, "They're calling me." I pulled her inside, but when I closed the door, I saw a figure standing right outside the porch, no longer far away, but close to the window, its hand raised, scratching lightly, leaving deep gouges. It tilted its head, its mouth wide open, dripping black fluid onto the floor, and whispered, "You are ours." I screamed, pulling Lily into the living room, but the tapping now echoed from everywhere. Not just from the basement, but from the walls, from the ceiling, as if the house was surrounded. I screamed for my parents, and when they ran in, we heard the loud tapping from beneath the floor, as if someone was trying to break open the basement door. My dad rushed to the rug, lifted it up, and the basement door shook violently, the rusty padlock rattling as if it was about to break free. My grandfather stood up, gripping his rifle, shouting, "Don't let them up!" But his voice faltered as a sharp, distorted screech came from the basement, like the wind through a corpse. My dad kicked the door hard, but the floorboards cracked open, and a bony hand, with long, curved claws, shot up from the gap, tearing through the air. I screamed, pulling Lily back, but she stood still, her eyes white, whispering, "They want me." My mom rushed over, hugging Lily tightly, but the hand from the basement didn't stop. It dug deeper into the wood, pulling. A tall, thin figure up, its white eyes flashing, its mouth wide open, dripping black fluid onto the floor. My grandfather fired a shot, but the bullet passed right through it, leaving no wound. The figure dissipated into black smoke, then reappeared right behind him, its claws raised. I screamed, rushing to pull my grandfather away, but he shoved me toward the front door, shouting, "Run! Don't look back!" My parents grabbed Lily and ran after me, but when we opened the door, we saw them. Dozens of cloaked figures standing motionless in the field, their white eyes glowing brightly, their hands raised, pointing at the house. The whispering now merged into a terrifying sound. "Stay, stay." I looked back, seeing my grandfather standing in the middle of the room, his rifle falling to the floor, and the figure from the basement had wrapped its hand around his neck, pulling him down onto the floor. He screamed one last time, "Run!" before disappearing into the darkness below the basement. We ran to the car. My dad slammed the gas pedal, but the engine stalled. Through the car window, I saw them getting closer, their footsteps slow but deliberate, their claws scraping the earth, leaving long black streaks. Lily screamed, pointing to the back seat, a smaller figure, no eyes, sitting there, holding a white bone, whispering, "I will come back." My dad slammed his hands on the steering wheel and finally the car started, speeding off into the night, leaving the house and my grandfather in the thick fog. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw them standing on the road, not chasing us, just standing there, their white eyes watching the car. We drove back to the city. No one said a word, only the sound of Lily's heavy breathing and the engine roaring through the night. We never went back to that land, and later we learned that my grandfather went missing that very night. No one found him, only the empty house with the basement door wide open. The police came to investigate, but they found nothing except black streaks on the floor and walls, not paint but a foul substance they couldn't explain. They closed the case, calling it an accident, but I knew the truth. My grandfather was taken, and perhaps he had known it for a long time. Lily was never the same. She became quiet, often staring out the window, whispering that they're still out there. I tried to forget, but every night I hear the tapping, weak, steady, from beneath the floor of my apartment, even though we live on the 3rd floor. One time, I checked, and I saw a small scratch on the floor. Exactly like the ones in my grandfather's house, as if it was carved with fingernails. I called my mom, but she just cried, saying it was the curse of the land, something the family couldn't escape from. Many years later, when I was grown up, I drove through Indiana to visit relatives. I didn't plan to go near the land, but as I passed the old road, I saw it. The house was still there, leaning, its windows shattered, but in the moonlight, I saw dozens of figures standing in the field, their white eyes glowing brightly, staring straight at my car. I slammed the gas pedal and drove away, but when I looked in the rearview mirror, a figure was sitting in the back seat. Not my grandfather, but Lily, or something that looked like her with white eyes whispering, "We're waiting for you." I screamed, swerved off the road, and when I opened my eyes, the back seat was empty, but on the floor of the car there was still a streak of black smelling faintly of decay. Under the pitch-black sky of a cold winter night, the quiet suburban neighborhood was immersed in darkness, with only the wind blowing through the bare branches of trees and the faint flicker of street lights. So about a year and a half ago, I was 16, and I'd taken a job as babysitting my aunt's dog, a small mixed-breed dog named Max that she adored like her own child. My aunt, a night shift nurse, often had to work late, and I, a 16-year-old kid in need of some pocket money, had agreed to watch Max while she was away. The job was simple: feed him, play with him, and walk him when needed. That night I stayed at my aunt's house, a small house at the end of a quiet street next to an overgrown field. Max usually slept soundly on the sofa, but around 2 a.m., he started barking. Not his usual happy bark, but a low, growling, alert bark, as if he heard something outside. I rubbed my eyes, got out of bed, and looked through the living room window, but all I saw was darkness and a thin layer of fog rolling over the field. Max wouldn't stop barking, scratching at the door, so I sighed, put on my coat, slipped on my shoes and grabbed the leash. "All right, we'll walk fast and then go back to sleep." We stepped outside, the cold air biting into my skin and my breath formed little white clouds in the air. Max tugged hard on the leash, pulling me down the cobblestone path, away from the streetlights and toward the field. I didn't like being out this far at night. The neighborhood was usually peaceful, but the silence at 2 a.m. felt unsettling, as though the entire world was holding its breath. Max stopped, his ears pricked, his eyes staring into the darkness ahead. I shone the flashlight from my phone, but the light only illuminated a few meters, leaving the rest of the area swallowed up by thick darkness. Then I heard it. Not the wind, not insects, but a low, raspy hiss coming from deep within the field. Max growled, his fur bristling, and I felt a chill run down my spine, not from the weather, but from something else present. I whispered, "Calm down, Max." But just then, through the flashlight beam, I saw them. A pair of glowing eyes floating in the darkness, staring directly at us. I froze, gripping the leash tightly, my heart pounding in my chest as those glowing eyes didn't blink, didn't move, just stared. Max started growling low in his throat, the hair on his back standing on end like needles, and I felt him tug harder on the leash, as if he wanted to charge into the darkness and face whatever it was. I whispered, "Easy, Max." But my voice trembled, and I wasn't sure if I was comforting him or myself. I shone the flashlight again, trying to see clearly, but the light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, only revealing a vague figure, tall, gaunt, standing motionless in the middle of the field. Those eyes didn't reflect light like animal eyes. They glowed unnaturally, like two small flames in the pitch-black night. I told myself it could be a deer or a fox, but no animal in this area had eyes like that, too high, too intelligent, and too terrifying. Max barked loudly, breaking the silence, and the figure started moving. Not fast, but slowly, silently, as if it was enjoying our fear. I yanked Max back, stumbling on the cobblestone path, but the hiss came again, closer, louder, like the sound of something breathing, something stalking us. I turned around, ready to run back to the house, but then I heard the rustling of grass, not just from the front, but from all around us, as if more figures were surrounding us. Max stopped barking, switching to a fierce growl, and through the flashlight, I saw two more pairs of glowing eyes appear from either side of the field, drawing closer. I yelled, "Is anyone there? Stop messing around!" But there was no reply, only the hiss growing louder, blending with the wind like a terrifying melody. I dropped the leash, letting Max go free, and ran toward the house. But when I looked back, I saw Max wasn't following. He stood still, facing the figure, his fur standing on end, as if ready to fight. I called out, "Max, come here!" But before he could respond, the figure lunged fast as lightning, and a piercing scream rang out. I didn't think twice. I ran toward the house, my bare feet pounding the cobblestones, my breath ragged in my chest. I turned and bolted back toward the house, leaving Max behind. And although I knew I shouldn't abandon him, the primal fear overwhelmed all logic. The hiss from the field grew louder, blending with Max's growls. Then a painful howl rang out. Max's howl, making my heart tighten. I turned around, seeing the tall figure standing in the middle of the field, its white eyes glowing, and Max lying still on the ground, unmoving. I screamed, "Max!" But before I could turn back, the figure tilted its head, as if looking at me, and the hiss echoed in my mind. "You can't escape." I ran on, tears streaming down my face from fear and guilt, until I reached the door of the house. I burst inside, slammed the door shut, locked it tightly, and leaned against the wall, panting. The hissing stopped, but then the scratching started, slow, steady, on the wooden door, like fingernails scraping against a chalkboard. I looked through the window crack, and I saw it. The figure standing at the edge of the streetlight, its white eyes glowing, staring directly at me. It didn't move forward, just stood there, motionless, like a living statue. I trembled, called my aunt, but there was no signal. The phone went dead, the screen flickering, then turning off completely. I hid behind the sofa, holding my breath, hoping it would leave. But the scratching continued, now coming from the back door, then the window, as if it was surrounding the house. When morning came, I gathered the courage to step outside and look for Max. I found him lying in the field, alive but injured. A deep scratch on his back, cold to the touch and not bleeding. I took him back, but after that Max no longer barked. He just stared out at the field every night as if waiting. After that night I never babysat Max again. I told my aunt I was busy with school, but in truth, I couldn't step outside at night. Max recovered, but he changed. His eyes were hollow, and whenever I visited, he just sat there staring out at the field, as if haunted. I tried to forget, but every time I closed my eyes I saw those glowing white eyes in the darkness, and the hissing echoed in my mind. You can't escape. A month later, I found a scratch on the door of my room. Cold, inexplicable, just like the one on Max's back. I told my friend about it, and he said the neighborhood had a history of people disappearing at night, leaving strange footprints on the field. I didn't believe it, but then the dreams began. I saw myself walking Max in the dark field, and that figure approaching, holding Max's leash, waving at me. I woke up, drenched in sweat, and heard the scratching outside the door. Slow, steady, just like that night. I researched, and an old woman in the neighborhood told me that the field had once been an ancient burial site, and the guide, a cursed entity, hunted those who passed by at night. She whispered, "It has marked you." Last night, as I wrote these words, I saw a scrap of paper under the door. 2 a.m. Take it for a walk. I looked out the window, and through the night I saw those white eyes floating out in the field, staring up at me. Max growled from the living room, and I don't know if I can escape forever. Would you dare walk your dog at 2 a.m.? A few years ago, when I had just moved in alone after my parents passed away, I decided to clean up the old family house, a place full of dust and forgotten memories that I had neglected for years. A few years ago, I was cleaning my house, an old place left behind by my parents, filled with old furniture and hidden corners I had never paid attention to. The house was on the outskirts. Its decaying wooden walls creaked every time the wind blew, and the air always carried a musty, unpleasant smell. I started on the ground floor, dusting off the bookshelves covered with spider webs and throwing away cardboard boxes full of documents from my grandparents. One afternoon, while I was sweeping the second-floor hallway, I noticed something strange. The wall at the end of the hallway made a low echo when I knocked on it, unlike the other solid walls in the house. I pressed my ear to it, and through the thin wood, I heard a sound. Not the wind, but a steady tapping, like someone scratching the surface with their fingernails, coming from the other side of the wall. I stepped back thinking it was just mice, but the tapping stopped immediately as I moved away, then resumed when I returned, as if it knew I was listening. I grabbed a hammer from the toolbox, lightly tapping the wall, and after a few hits, the wood cracked, revealing a small door, not locked, just hidden behind a thin panel. I pulled the door open, and a cold gust of wind rushed out, carrying the smell of damp earth and something foul, like dried blood. Inside was a pitch-black room with no windows, the only light coming from the hallway, casting a faint shadow. An indistinct figure standing motionless in the far corner, its white, glowing eyes staring directly at me. I screamed, slammed. The door shut, but the tapping now grew louder, as if someone was banging from the inside. I stood still, my heart pounding, still clutching the hammer, staring at the door that was shaking from the knocks. I tried to stay calm, thinking it could be just an illusion. But the tapping grew louder, and I started to hear whispering from the other side of the door. The whispering wasn't clear, like dozens of voices overlapping, muttering words I couldn't understand, mixed with sharp scratching sounds like fingernails digging into wood. I stepped back, intending to run downstairs and call for help, but the hallway light flickered and then went out, leaving me in darkness. only illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the distant window. I turned on the flashlight, on my phone, shining it on the door, and saw a black substance leaking out from the bottom crack. Not water, but something thick emitting the overpowering stench of decay. I shouted, "Who's in there?" But all that answered was a sharp, distorted screech, like wind passing through a corpse. The door shook harder, and through the crack, I saw it, a bony hand with long, curved claws reaching out, clawing at the air as if it was trying to grab me. I rushed downstairs, but when I reached the ground floor, I heard footsteps, not from above but from under the floor, as if someone was walking around in the basement. I ran into the kitchen, searching for the car keys, but when I looked through the window, I saw them. Not just one, but 3 tall, thin figures, standing motionless in the yard, their white eyes gleaming in the darkness. They didn't move, but I felt they were staring directly at me through the glass. The whispering now echoed from all directions. "Open the door. Come here." I turned around and saw the secret door on the second floor wide open. Not because I had opened it, but as if someone had pushed it from the inside. From there, a figure crawled out, not walking, but crawling like a spider, its long arms wrapped around the door frame, its white eyes looking down at me through the stairs. I screamed, rushed to the front door, but the doorknob was cold, as if frozen in my hand. I pounded on the door, trying to run outside, but when I turned around, I saw that the figure had descended the stairs, standing right in the middle of the living room, staring at me with its unblinking white eyes. It didn't speak, only tilted its head, its mouth wide open, dripping black fluid onto the floor. And from there, the whispering echoed, "You opened. Now stay." I threw the hammer at it, but the hammer passed through its body, as if it wasn't real. It dissipated into black smoke, then reappeared right in front of me, its claws raised, slashing at the air. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the counter, but when I held it, the blade melted in my hand, turning into black smoking substance. The footsteps now echoed from everywhere in the house, not just from that figure, but from the walls, from the ceiling, as if dozens of something were moving inside the wood. Through the window I saw them, dozens of cloaked figures standing in the yard, their hands raised, pointing at me, their white eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. The whispering blended into a horrific sound. "You are ours." I ran upstairs, intending to hide in the bedroom, but when I opened the door, I saw that the secret room was now wide open. Inside, there was no emptiness, but a deep hole in the floor, from which dozens of bony hands were reaching up, clawing at the air, pulling figures out. A figure stood right in front of the hole, holding an old notebook, my father's notebook, filled with scribbled handwriting that I couldn't read. It raised the notebook, whispering, "You called." I screamed, smashing the window with my bare hands, and jumped outside, landing on the grass, blood pouring from the cuts. I ran across the field, not daring to look back, the whispering still chasing me in the wind. "You will return." When I reached the main road, I collapsed, and a car stopped to take me away. But when I looked back, I saw them standing on the roof, their white eyes watching me through the darkness. I was taken back to town, my wounds bandaged, but I didn't dare tell the full truth. I just said I had fallen while cleaning the house. I never went back to that house, and later I heard that it had been abandoned completely, but neighbors said they still heard knocking from inside at night. I moved far away, trying to forget, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard the whispering, not from my memory, but from somewhere in my room, faint but clear. "You opened." A year later, I received an unmarked package. Inside was my father's notebook, the same notebook that the figure in the room had held, now filled with scratches and handwriting. "We are waiting." I burned it that very night, but the I Ashes didn't burn completely. It left a black streak on the floor, emitting a faint odor of decay. I moved again, but every time I passed the old road I saw them. The figures standing in the field near the house, their white eyes glowing brightly, their hands raised as if beckoning. Last night, as I was writing this story, I heard the tapping, slow, steady, from beneath the floor of my new apartment. I looked down and saw a small scratch, exactly like the ones in the secret room, as if it had been carved with fingernails. Through the window, I saw a figure standing under the streetlight, its white eyes staring directly at me, whispering, "You will return." A few years ago, when I had just moved in alone after my parents passed away, I decided to clean up the old family house, a place full of dust and forgotten memories that I had neglected for years. A few years ago, I was cleaning my house, an old place left behind by my parents, filled with old furniture and hidden corners I had never paid attention to. The house was on the outskirts. Its decaying wooden walls creaked every time the wind blew, and the air always carried a musty, unpleasant smell. I started on the ground floor, dusting off the bookshelves covered with spider webs and throwing away cardboard boxes full of documents from my grandparents. One afternoon, while I was sweeping the second-floor hallway, I noticed something strange. The wall at the end of the hallway made a low echo when I knocked on it, unlike the other solid walls in the house. I pressed my ear to it, and through the thin wood, I heard a sound. Not the wind, but a steady tapping, like someone scratching the surface with their fingernails, coming from the other side of the wall. I stepped back thinking it was just mice, but the tapping stopped immediately as I moved away, then resumed when I returned, as if it knew I was listening. I grabbed a hammer from the toolbox, lightly tapping the wall, and after a few hits, the wood cracked, revealing a small door, not locked, just hidden behind a thin panel. I pulled the door open, and a cold gust of wind rushed out, carrying the smell of damp earth and something foul, like dried blood. Inside was a pitch-black room with no windows, the only light coming from the hallway, casting a faint shadow. An indistinct figure standing motionless in the far corner, its white, glowing eyes staring directly at me. I screamed, slammed. The door shut, but the tapping now grew louder, as if someone was banging from the inside. I stood still, my heart pounding, still clutching the hammer, staring at the door that was shaking from the knocks. I tried to stay calm, thinking it could be just an illusion. But the tapping grew louder and I started to hear whispering from the other side of the door. The whispering wasn't clear, like dozens of voices overlapping, muttering words I couldn't understand, mixed with sharp scratching sounds like fingernails digging into wood. I stepped back, intending to run downstairs and call for help, but the hallway light flickered and then went out, leaving me in darkness, only illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the distant window. I turned on the flashlight, on my phone, shining it on the door, and saw a black substance leaking out from the bottom crack. Not water, but something thick emitting the overpowering stench of decay. I shouted, "Who's in there?" But all that answered was a sharp, distorted screech, like wind passing through a corpse. The door shook harder, and through the crack, I saw it, a bony hand with long, curved claws reaching out, clawing at the air as if it was trying to grab me. I rushed downstairs, but when I reached the ground floor, I heard footsteps, not from above but from under the floor, as if someone was walking around in the basement. I ran into the kitchen, searching for the car keys, but when I looked through the window, I saw them, not just one, but 3 tall, thin figures, standing motionless in the yard, their white eyes gleaming in the darkness. They didn't move, but I felt they were staring directly at me through the glass. The whispering now echoed from all directions. Open the door. Come here. I turned around and saw the secret door on the second floor wide open. Not because I had opened it, but as if someone had pushed it from the inside. From there, a figure crawled out, not walking, but crawling like a spider, its long arms wrapped around the door frame, its white eyes looking down at me through the stairs. I screamed, rushed to the front door, but the doorknob was cold, as if frozen in my hand. I pounded on the door trying to run outside, but when I turned around, I saw that the figure had descended the stairs, standing right in the middle of the living room, staring at me with its unblinking white eyes. It didn't speak, only tilted its head, its mouth wide open, dripping black fluid onto the floor. And from there, the whispering echoed, "You opened. Now stay." I threw the hammer at it, but the hammer passed through its body, as if it wasn't real. It dissipated into black smoke, then reappeared right in front of me, its claws raised, slashing at the air. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the counter, but when I held it, the blade melted in my hand, turning into black smoking substance. The footsteps now echoed from everywhere in the house, not just from that figure, but from the walls, from the ceiling, as if dozens of something were moving inside the wood. Through the window I saw them, dozens of cloaked figures standing in the yard, their hands raised, pointing at me, their white eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. The whispering blended into a horrific sound. "You are ours." I ran upstairs, intending to hide in the bedroom, but when I opened the door, I saw that the secret room was now wide open. Inside, there was no emptiness, but a deep hole in the floor, from which dozens of bony hands were reaching up, clawing at the air, pulling figures out. A figure stood right in front of the hole, holding an old notebook, my father's notebook, filled with scribbled handwriting that I couldn't read. It raised the notebook, whispering, "You called." I screamed, smashing the window with my bare hands, and jumped outside, landing on the grass, blood pouring from the cuts. I ran across the field, not daring to look back, the whispering still chasing me in the wind. "You will return." When I reached the main road, I collapsed, and a car stopped to take me away. But when I looked back, I saw them standing on the roof, their white eyes watching me through the darkness. I was taken back to town, my wounds bandaged, but I didn't dare tell the full truth. I just said I had fallen while cleaning the house. I never went back to that house, and later I heard that it had been abandoned completely, but neighbors said they still heard knocking from inside at night. I moved far away, trying to forget, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard the whispering, not from my memory, but from somewhere in my room, faint but clear. "You opened." A year later, I received an unmarked package. Inside was my father's notebook, the same notebook that the figure in the room had held, now filled with scratches and handwriting. "We are waiting." I burned it that very night, but the ashes didn't burn completely. It left a black streak on the floor, emitting a faint odor of decay. I moved again, but every time I passed the old road I saw them, the figures standing in the field near the house, their white eyes glowing brightly, their hands raised as if beckoning. Last night, as I was writing this story, I heard the tapping, slow, steady, from beneath the floor of my new apartment. I looked down and saw a small scratch, exactly like the ones in the secret room, as if it had been carved with fingernails. Through the window, I saw a figure standing under the streetlight, its white eyes staring directly at me, whispering, "You will return." And so we've traveled through 24 stories, 24 doors leading into the darkness, where the white eyes, the raspy whispers, and the cold claw marks still echo in your mind. From the old way, with the decaying wooden house, where my parents and I were marked by an ancient entity, to other mysteries, a doll that never sleeps, a village lost beneath the fog, or a radio that only plays the whispers of the dead. Together, we've walked down paths no one dares to tread, looked into mirrors no one dares to face, and listened to sounds no one ever wants to hear again. But the question remains, do these stories truly end? When I spoke about the glowing eyes, outside the window, the tapping in the night, I wasn't just talking about the past. I feel them even now as the lights in this room flicker and the darkness outside seems to breathe. Perhaps they are not just stories. Perhaps they are an invitation. A door you've just opened by staying until the very end. Do you dare look out the window right now? Do you dare listen to see if the rasping sound echoes from the corner of the room? Thank you for joining me through hours of darkness. If you still hear the whispers when the video ends, don't worry. It could just be the wind. Or maybe not. Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you dare, tell me if you drive down the old way on a moonless night. I'll see you next time in the dark. Sleep tight if you can.